Tuesday. This is the Tinfoil Tuesday theme song.
What the fuck is this?
CC here. Chris, Westchester County. CGI bullshit. Bud Light bullshit.
I don't care.
We're all cats, motherfucker.
I'm actually a lizard person.
What rules?
Do not put pee in your nose!
You sons of bitches.
My poop comes out of my butthole.
I can't argue with that. Yeah, okay.
They gotta make it sexy.
Recently, I've been, checking out incest porns.
They gotta make it sexy.
I'd bust my nut in the gym. Do you understand? Metaphorically.
They gotta make it sexy.
If I wash my ass, then it'll taste delicious. And then what's to stop 9/11 Dracula from coming to eat my ass? Ahaha, wink wink. I'm part of the secret organization. I don't want to be living in the year 3000 without a conspiracy theorist to make fun of on a consistent basis. Remember penises? Now we all have robo-genitals. Come on, be a part of the robots with us, okay? Tinfoil Tuesday. This is the Tinfoil Tuesday theme song.
What the fuck is this?
CC here. Chris, Westchester County. CGI bullshit. Bud Light bullshit.
I don't care.
We're all cats, motherfucker.
I'm actually a lizard person.
What rules?
Do not put pee in your nose!
You sons of bitches.
My poop comes out of my butthole.
I can't argue with that. Yeah, okay.
They gotta make it sexy.
Recently, I've been, checking out incest porns.
They gotta make it sexy.
I'd bust my nut in the gym. Do you understand? Metaphorically.
They gotta make it sexy.
If I wash my ass, then it'll taste delicious. And then what's to stop 9/11 Dracula from coming to eat my ass? Ahaha, wink wink. I'm part of the secret organization. I don't want to be living in the year 3000 without a conspiracy theorist to make fun of on a consistent basis. Remember penises? Now we all have robo-genitals. Come on, be a part of the robots with us, okay? Tinfoil Tuesday. This is the Tinfoil Tuesday theme song.
What the fuck is this?
CC here. Chris, Westchester County. CGI bullshit. Bud Light bullshit.
I don't care.
We're all cats, motherfucker.
I'm actually a lizard person.
What rules?
Do not put pee in your nose!
You sons of bitches.
My poop comes out of my butthole.
I can't argue with that. Yeah, okay.
They gotta make it sexy.
Recently, I've been, checking out incest porns.
They gotta make it sexy.
I'd bust my nut in the gym. Do you understand? Metaphorically.
They gotta make it sexy.
If I wash my ass, then it'll taste delicious. And then what's to stop 9/11 Dracula from coming to eat my ass? Ahaha, wink wink. I'm part of the secret organization. I don't want to be living in the year 3000 without a conspiracy theorist to make fun of on a consistent basis. Remember penises? Now we all have robo-genitals. Come on, be a part of the robots with us, okay? Tinfoil Tuesday. This is the Tinfoil Tuesday theme song.
What the fuck is this?
CC here, Chris, Westchester County. CGI bullshit. Bud Light bullshit.
I don't care.
We're all cats, motherfucker.
I'm actually a lizard person.
What rules?
Do not put pee in your nose!
You sons of bitches.
My poop comes out of my butthole.
I can't argue with that. Yeah, okay.
They gotta make it sexy.
Recently, I've been, checking out incest porns.
They gotta make it sexy.
I'd bust my nut in the gym. Do you understand? Metaphorically.
They gotta make it sexy.
If I wash my ass, then it'll taste delicious. And then what's to stop 9/11 Dracula from coming to eat my ass? Ahaha, wink wink. I'm part of the secret organization. I don't want to be living in the year 3000 without a conspiracy theorist to make fun of on a consistent basis. Remember penises? Now we all have robo-genitals. Come on, be a part of the robots with us, okay? Tinfoil Tuesday. This is the Tinfoil Tuesday theme song.
What the fuck is this?
CC here, Chris, Westchester County. CGI bullshit. Bud Light bullshit.
I don't care.
We're all cats, motherfucker.
I'm actually a lizard person.
What rules?
Do not put pee in your nose!
You sons of bitches.
My poop comes out of my butthole.
I can't argue with that. Yeah, okay.
They gotta make it sexy.
Recently, I've been, checking out incest porns.
They gotta make it sexy.
I'd bust my nut in the gym. Do you understand? Metaphorically.
They gotta make it sexy.
If I wash my ass, then it'll taste delicious. And then what's to stop 9/11 Dracula from coming to eat my ass? Ahaha, wink wink. I'm part of the secret organization. I don't want to be living in the year 3000 without a conspiracy theorist to make fun of on a consistent basis.
Hello everyone, welcome to another
Remember
episode of
penises?
Tinfoil Tuesday. I
have
hope you're all having a good one. I hope you're having
robo-genitals.
another second
Come
Trump
on, be a part of the
arrest
robots
day.
with us, okay?
Watched, if you aren't part of the Discord, you missed out earlier because
Me and chat were watching some of the live streams earlier that some Trump fans were doing at the protests. It was as cringe as you would imagine. We uncovered some sort of beef between him and someone named Pelican, whom he is apparently suing. It's a whole thing. But anyway, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. I'm excited to get into conspiracy theorists again with you guys today. 13% to level 2 on the hype train. Let's take a look at what I missed while I was getting ready.
What the fuck is this?
First of all, I should say this wonderful song, Overthought made this. I think I already posted a link in chat, but just in case, please check out Overthought and maybe give him a subscription, a like, whatever, to get more of that content. I don't care.
We're all cats, motherfucker.
I'm actually a lizard person. What else? Fennikagami with 100 bits says, love this theme. Me too. It's really good.
You sons of bitches.
You guys really don't know what it's like to have multiple people write songs about you in your life. It's pretty interesting. It's always fun. 41% to level 2 on the hype train with a minute left. We are doing bingo today, so get your bingo cards ready. And we're doing, if we get to level 5, the tinfoil stuff.
They gotta make it sexy.
Somebody in the comments says that new intro, so I should put the poop in my nose if pee comes out of my butthole?
If I wash my ass, then it'll taste delicious.
I'm gonna definitely say no. Cat the Satanist, thanks for 18 months, says 18 months, it's time for a sub baby. This sub baby's name is going to be Buford? Buford Tannen.
Wink, wink. I'm part of the secret organization.
Amit Gardner, thanks for 600 bits, says I won't be commenting much. I got involved in a hit and run as a pedestrian. Your streams will be a big help in recovery. Love hearing from you parasocially. Ooh, I'm sorry to hear that. That fucking sucks. I hope they catch the person. That's bullshit.
Come on, be a part of the robot.
Hope you heal quick.
Okay?
Stone Corbell, thanks for gifting a sub. Altered Undying says, Hannah, for my parasocial gift, I will need to know Baha's favorite color and if Baha is correct. Baha is what we call her, yes. She has a real name, but she doesn't want that shared on the internet. So for all intents and purposes, Baha. She likes purple, like I do. I don't know if she's listening, but if she wants any, other stuff. Shit, juggle. I need to get my juggling balls. I forgot them. I wonder if my wife will get them. Bittergrin, thanks for gifting a sub. Is the kitty alright? Oh, I need to update you guys if you didn't see. I had to stop the patron live stream last Sunday a little early. First of all, it got taken down by Apple, but also, at the end of the stream, I was talking about how Cass was hurt and had to go to the vet. She's doing okay. Not broken or anything. She has some pain meds. Seems like she, like, got her claw caught on something and, like, twisted her arm in some way. So it's, like, injured, but it'll heal. She just, you know, needs to keep off it. She's been doing well, taking the pain meds. Stromboli says, when Apple sees Hannah trying to have a good time looking at their stuff.
You understand? Metaphorically.
They gotta make it
Striker!
Nice. Purple's your favorite, green is a close second. Nice. You can't get up? Okay, I'll come down and get the juggling balls in a sec. What else? Yeah, Apple struck me for looking at their goggle thing, the Apple Vision. I wasn't even being that negative. I was giving a pretty fair, not that it should matter, it's fair use, but it was ridiculous. I've never had that happen during a live stream before.
If I wash my ass, then it'll taste delicious. And then what's to stop
Overthought throwing a banger as usual, I know, right?
my ass?
Moira Soma, thanks for gifting a sub. Moppy Mutton says it's a great week. Trump's arrested and I graduate with honors on Friday. Thanks for being my homework buddy. No problem. Terradona, thanks for 18 months, says our eldest spawn is doing well. Ooh, this is hard to talk over. It's my own voice. Hold on. Apologies. Terradona says our eldest spawn is doing well, keeps trying to put brain slugs on me, but the poor thing keeps dying. Must be too spicy for him. Anyway, here's the second one. This sub-baby's name is going to be Billy East. Billy East. Bumble Homestead, thanks for 200 bits. Dahlia Vianney, thanks for gifting a sub. Meek with 45 bits says they upgraded Tate's charges to more serious crimes. I saw. He's fucked. Good shit. Somebody in the comments, thanks for 800 bits. Moxie Toxic says, I'm about to run my sibling through a pen and paper escape game I made fully from scratch. It'll be the first run. Wish me luck. Good luck. Hope it goes well. Alright, I'll be back in just a sec. I gotta grab the juggling balls. Be good. Listen to the music. Feel the music. And keep the hype train going.
Conspiracy theorists to make fun of on a consistent basis. Remember penises? Now we all have robo-genitals. Come on, be a part of the robots with us, okay? Tinfoil Tuesday. This is the Tinfoil Tuesday theme song.
What the fuck is this?
CC here, Chris, Westchester County. CGI bullshit. Bud Light bullshit.
I don't care.
We're all cats, motherfucker.
I'm actually a lizard person.
What rules?
Do not put pee in your nose!
You sons of bitches.
My poop comes out of my butthole.
Ooh, okay, I'm back.
argue with that.
Got the juggling
Yeah,
balls,
okay.
we're good. What did I miss in chat?
They
J.
gotta make it
Ronimus,
sexy.
thanks for gifting a sub.
Recently, I've been, checking
it.
out incest porns.
Juggle,
They gotta make it sexy.
25%
I
to level
bust my
4.
nut in the gym. Do you understand? Metaphorically.
They gotta make it sexy.
If I wash my ass, then it'll taste delicious. And then what's to stop 9/11 Dracula from coming to eat my ass?
I don't remember the context of that one.
Ahaha, wink wink. I'm part of the secret organization. I don't want to be living in the year 3000 without a conspiracy theorist to make fun of on a consistent basis. Remember penises?
Sexy juggling? Is my juggling sexy? Is it the boobs? Do the boobs make it sexy? Conspiracy theorist, flat earther, TikTok. Let's take a look. Interesting. This is actually someone I haven't seen. Thank you. And Mike Max with an Instagram of some kind.
It's le de quoi?
And from now on, that's what I will be calling myself. You can refer to me as Mr. Legitimaquah. Thank you.
Look.
That's cute. Alright, we're still on the hype train. If we get to level 5, I'll put on all the tinfoil stuff, but I think we can get into it. Let's actually take a look at the TikToks first. Those are quick, usually, and, it's like the tapas of conspiracies, you know? Minute left on the hype train, 25% to level 4.
We're all taught in
Make sure you get your bingo cards ready, we are playing.
school that the basic shapes are the triangle, the square, and the circle. But that's actually not true. These two are secondary shapes, they're not primary shapes, and this is part of our social engineering.
What do you mean primary shapes? They're not colors. Like, they're shapes. They're platonic solids. Like, they're not objective things that exist in the universe. Humiliated Grapes, thanks for gifting a sub. 47% to level 4 with under 30 seconds left. Someone save the train!
That's concealing things from us. Let's have a look at what the basic shapes actually are. The circle is indeed...
Gnome Pickle says, oh no, we can't allow the timer to foil our cause. Let's get Hannah in foil. Womp womp. Looks like we have 10 seconds. I don't think we have the time.
The other basic shape is the line.
You see colors in shape sometimes? Do you have synesthesia? Because that's a thing. I did an essay once on synesthesia. It's when your brain has trouble differentiating stimulus for different senses. So sometimes you'll, like, see sounds or smell colors because your brain, you know, gets them confused. It's really interesting. Anyway, thanks for the level 4, everyone. I'll put on the horns, not quite enough to get the jacket and everything, but I like looking the part. I like wearing the horns, you know? So let's get into it by finishing this TikTok.
Now, these are the most ancient symbols of male and female that exist anywhere in the world, and I'm aware.
A line in a hole. Behold, a turf's understanding of gender. You stick, you hole, stick going hole. Joke's on you. I have both a stick and a hole. Didn't think about that, did ya?
And we find them all over the place, and they are commonly accepted. But why is it that we're not taught them? That's the interesting.
Yes, in Flatland, women were lines. If no one's read Flatland, it was written in, was it the late 1800s? Flatland by Edwin Abbott. Wait, his middle name was Abbott and his last name was Abbott? His name is Edwin Abbott. Alright. Anyway, he wrote Flatland in 1884. So it's actually kind of interesting that some sexist things come into the book, and for those who don't know, Flatland is a book that takes place in a hypothetical world where everything is two-dimensional. So this is what it looks like basically from the top. There are illustrations in the book that look like this to demonstrate. So the women are lines. The more angles you have, the higher status in society you have. And women are lines, so they have no angles. So they're like really low on the totem pole, and they're also depicted as stupid. They're depicted as stupid, hysterical, and like easily frightened. So it's funny that in this book from the 1880s, they both gendered shapes, lines versus like the masculine shapes are like triangles, which are soldiers because they have a point that they can use to pierce other shapes and kill them. They're the soldier class. Then you have like squares, rectangles, octagons. The more angles, the higher up you are. But anyway, that's my, I don't know where I was going with that about Flatland. It's an interesting book that somehow made shapes sexist. It's a fun read. There's also a movie that's CG and it's really low budget and the animation looks like Dorbies, but honestly it's a pretty fun watch.
Thing. Well, it's because when you put male energy and female energy together, you get...
The Spaceland portion is actually a good example of Lovecraftian horror. Yeah, it's like Lovecraftian, but from the perspective of someone from a lower dimension from us, so we can better understand what's actually happening. It's interesting.
A spiral.
It's not an amazing... Like, it's something I would never say, like, it's one of the greatest novels ever written. It's not. It's just kind of a fun, speculative concept to explore, you know, how we view dimensions and how we view shapes and stuff. It's cool. And also how we get locked into perspectives in our societies. We're sort of trained to view the world one way, and if new information comes out that opposes that view, it's really hard to change your view. First name bunch of numbers says, gonna write some Flatland fanfiction with my OC and Ultra Chad dodecahedron. Nice. If I remember correctly, the like president of Flatland, or like the king of I don't remember what the governmental structure was exactly, but he was like a circle. He was a circle. They explain that like there's no such thing as a perfect circle, right? Everyone, if you look close enough, does have angles, but like the leader has so many angles that you have to like really look close. They look like a circle. Anyway.
You'll find everywhere in nature is this shape.
Would you like to read a sequel that is significantly more progressive, that explains modern math and sciences? I actually think I've heard of it. Is it called Spaceland, or like it's about the same thing, but it's a person seeing the fourth dimension or something, right? I feel like I saw this once when I was looking it up. Flatland 2 Sphereland? Oh, is that it? Though that's a sequel to the movie. Either way, getting sidetracked.
You'll find this in galaxies and solar systems. You'll find it in cloud formations and in water vortexes.
Yeah, it's physics.
You find it all over the place. Spiral dynamics and spiral energy being recognized as being at the
There's no such thing as spiral energy. It's an abstract concept.
Heart of virtually all things. And this is because the gender energy of the line and the circle, the male and the female, is imbalanced everywhere in the universe except in our species. But it has been, that imbalance has been engineered in our species. And it's partly to do with this education process. At the heart of every single spiral, you find a shape that we recognise as a character in our alphabet, which is the character G. Now, all over the world, you will find Masonic buildings.
I think that's a bit of a stretch. A G kind of has like a circle and then a straight line. It's like a semicircle and then a straight line. That's not a spiral.
Buildings which will show you the G in the set square and compass. Not very.
I'm just gonna say word salad for that.
Imagine if aliens appeared and they decided to taste human babies, and they decided that they like the taste of human babies.
Ooh, I got one. What if all the red ants in the world rose up and decided to one at a time take out humans until it became a red ant planet, kind of like Planet of the Apes, but when Charlton Heston shows up, he's too big, and then it becomes like Gulliver's Travels mixed with a kaiju movie, and Charlton Heston takes the 10 Commandments from the movie he was in, 10 Commandments, and absolutely goes ape shit over the red ant civilization, and he destroys it like Godzilla on a bender. I can do hypotheticals too.
And so they started rounding us up, breeding us, artificially breeding us, so like
Being artificially bred, you say?
impregnating us without our consent, and we were having babies and they were taking them from us and they were killing them and eating them. Imagine how sick that word would be. And imagine
Why would they take them from here? That doesn't make sense. That would be like saying, like human beings eat cows. Is beef the most eaten meat protein in the world? Let's take a look. I'm actually not sure. Most eaten meat protein. Chicken. It's probably chicken, right? Poultry, chicken. Most eaten meat protein in the world. Thinking about it, it's probably poultry. It's a lot easier to raise like chickens than it is a cow, right? And also you get eggs from some chickens, so. According to the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, pork is the most widely eaten meat in the world. That surprises me, considering the number of people who, due to religious restrictions of their particular religion, don't eat pork. That's interesting. So pork is 36%, followed by poultry and beef. Okay, so imagine if instead of what we do in real life, which is farming, right? Or having a ranch or something, or a factory farm more likely in this day and age. Imagine if, I understand Hindus eat pork, they don't eat beef. Certain denominations of Judaism don't eat pork because it's non-kosher, if they follow kosher, and Muslims traditionally don't because it's halal. Or rather, haram. Sorry, halal is the opposite. My bad. Anyway, the point I was trying to make is, imagine if to feed the consumption of how much humans like to eat pork, I'm one of the people who likes to eat pork, imagine if instead of having farms where we, like, collectively raised them, fed them, monitored them to make sure they didn't get sick, and, I don't know why I air quoted get sick, animals get sick all the time, and then we slaughter them when it's time for them to be eaten, basically, or sold to market, whatever. What she's saying, the equivalent would be if humans went out to the wild and just randomly found pigs, like hunting. She's describing a hunting society, basically, which we moved past long ago. Like, pre-agrarian hunter-gatherer societies are old for us, but you think aliens are engaging in that kind of thing? Where they're coming to Earth and their favorite meat is human babies, but they don't, like, take them and raise them and make more. They just steal them. Feels like there'd be more aliens than that. Like, if I'm going to Zarg Burger on Venus or whatever, how much is this human burger gonna cost? Because you have to source it all, like, artisanally. Artisanal human baby.
like much pain.
Outfit is cute. Thank you. I actually don't remember having this shirt. I found it in the closet and I was like, oh, that actually looks good. What does Hannah think of Vosh? I don't know. I don't know that much about him lately. I've seen him argue with Nazis. I know he gets into drama sometimes, but all debate bros do. Generally, I don't like the debate bro thing, but I don't know much about Vosh in particular as a person to know enough to have a specific opinion. And I know that it's quite contentious, Vosh, and a lot of the bigger debate bro types. So I'm just not gonna chime in, because I have no idea.
suffering, horror we would live. It would be literal.
Poetic Fox, thanks for 27 months, says, how has it been more than 2 years? Here's to you, my egg-cracking friend. You're welcome. I've probably put more people in dresses in my life than taken a... I've put poor people in dresses in my life accidentally than taking them off of them on purpose. That's a joke. I'm just helping people find themselves.
Hell on earth.
I don't know Vosh's opinion on horse cock, so I can't say.
And I was thinking about this, you know, imagine if they were going, oh yeah, but the blood...
I'll say this. I think you guys watch the stream enough to know that I don't particularly like to engage in super edgy stuff. Like I do. I say sexual bullshit that's eye-rolling or whatever. You know? But I don't particularly like 4chan style, like, offense irony, even when it's clearly coming from someone who might be an ally. I just think it's a bad call. But whatever. He can do whatever he wants. He's more successful than me, so.
It gives us nutrients, it gives us good energy, it makes us feel good, because that's, you know, it reminds me of, you know, the adrenochrome. People
adrenochrome on the bingo card, as well as aliens.
Say that it fills them with...
This is a thing you made, Baja's green, Hannah's purple. I saw the rough draft of this that you worked on that was on the Discord when you asked for the color the first time. I held off because I wasn't sure the answer. I knew her favorite was purple, but I wasn't positive on the second. Thought it was green, but wanted to ask her.
Youth and life force, and for them that's a good enough reason to do stuff like that. Absolutely sickening, okay? But then I was like thinking, what? I see a literal...
What new theme song? We did have a new theme song at the beginning of this, if you missed it. Okay, I'm gonna save this lady to Tinfoil. She's interesting. Tinfoil Tuesday, conspiracy folks, saved. Alright. It won't load for me. Oh, it's coming in. It just must have a high resolution or something. It looks cool so far. Oh god, it feels like the 90s. You're just waiting for the doot, 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 doot. Yes, no R-word discourse. Here's my opinion in chat. Don't use the R-word. It makes you look like a jackass. Even if you're trying to be ironic or whatever. It's not funny. Don't do it. Weird hill to die on. I think it's stupid. Anyway, that's the last that's going to be said about it. No more talking about the discourse about that. That looks cool. Very, very cool. I love it. Okay, anyway... We haven't heard from Chris in a while, not since before all hell broke loose and French-Canadian wildfires smoked out New York. And he has opinions on it, chat. What do you think his opinions are? Let's take a look.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. CC here, Chris, from New York, Westchester County. It's 6/8/23. A couple things I want...
We did get word salad, yes.
I wanted to report to you about, and we have now have this haze that you might as well call it poison, because that's what it was. It's actually left a substance on some cars. It's still got this orange hue to it.
Yep, that's all the particulates, Chris. That's what smoke is.
It's amazing. It really is, all the way up from Quebec. I want to talk to you about that, but I want to bring something else up real quick. When I was on the highway yesterday was the worst, okay? The worst I've ever seen it in my freaking life. If you saw the pictures from the city of the Statue of Liberty and the Freedom Tower, that's exactly how it was here.
I hate when he calls it the Freedom Tower.
And when I was driving...
Do any New Yorkers call it that? I've only ever heard it like the World Trade Center or the One World Trade Center. I have never heard another human being call it the Freedom Tower after that. It was like a week of people calling it that, and then everyone went, and collectively groaned. Recording in car, yes.
Down the highway. You look on the southbound lane, you could actually see the smoke, okay? It was that bad, that thick. Yesterday was not a good day to be out, but who would have known? Even though this...
Who would have known? It was all over the news. You could look outside and it looked like doom. Like, you saw it. You're describing you seeing it. What do you mean, how would anyone have known?
This was happening since Tuesday. I think that was the...
Oh, thank you, Harold Elbleman. I appreciate it. Remember, everyone, I do have a P.O. box now if you want to send me anything legal, safe,
first,
not gross.
I saw it Monday. Yeah, it was like Tuesday or something. Today's Thursday. Nobody would have known because it wasn't that bad on Tuesday. You know, I mean, it was bad. It was being
taught. It's always interesting to me how Chris almost has this, like, main character syndrome, which is not uncommon amongst conspiracy theorists, but he has some of the worst tunnel vision I've ever seen in regard to this kind of thing, where if he doesn't know something, no one knows it. Chris thinks so much of himself, and this is subconscious. I don't think he thinks this, like, consciously, but on some level, he thinks that he is, like, the pinnacle of human possibility and achievement, and if he doesn't know something, or can't do something, or can't figure something out, no one else can either. He's his own litmus test for reality. If he doesn't believe something, it's just not true, because he doesn't believe it, he doesn't understand it. It's gotta be frustrating for his wife.
It would have had an orange hue to it, but not yesterday. Yesterday, the sky was fucking orange, man.
If it's the future and you're watching a VOD, I should point out, New York smoke. This is what he's talking about. For some days during the last week, there was a Canadian wildfire in Quebec, and smoke and stuff got into the air, and it impacted New York quite severely, as well as other parts of the country. Where I live in Michigan, it wasn't as bad as in New York, but we did have air quality alerts, and I didn't smell it the first day, though Baha did. She has a more sensitive nose than I do. But the second day, I was like, oh yeah, I can smell this in the air. This is not good.
My God, it was orange. The whole thing, everything was like Mars, if there was a Mars.
What a line. These fires made the Earth look like Mars, which, by the way, doesn't exist.
That's another thing. That's what they should do. Instead of doing CGI, they just build a fire. No, I don't want to get too ahead of myself here. I want you to think about California. You remember those fires out in California?
Yes, the wildfires that happen quite regularly and are happening with increased severity and increased frequency.
Not too long ago, people forget about these things. It just disappears out of their head,
Part of me, and this was naive of me when I was younger, like 10 years ago, I was like, climate change is a nightmare and it's going to happen, but at least when it starts to happen and it really starts to affect people, man, finally those the people who don't believe it's real are gonna see and they'll change their mind. Nah. The entire Earth will literally be on fire and all of them will be blaming chemtrails or Al Gore or some other dumb bullshit.
Yeah. I remember how selective the fires were?
This is an interesting point, and this only comes from me, this generally comes from me being exposed to a lot of conspiracy videos. Someone else might not pick up on this, but if you've ever seen Dan Olson's video, Folding Ideas, he very specifically mentions several points in the QAnon section about the fall of the Cabal, which is made by Janet Osabart, who's a big piece of shit. It's basically like the QAnon documentary that got a ton of people into it. What he's about to say here is almost verbatim what's said about some different wildfires. Actually, wildfires, I believe, in California. So he's basically repeating things that he may have heard in a QAnon video, which I've never known Chris to be a QAnon person, but, like, this is so specific to the arguments that she made in that video, I'd be shocked if he didn't watch it at some point and pick this up.
It almost seemed like they could have been up in the sky with a plane with a laser.
Believe sci-fi technology exists on the bingo card.
Testing certain areas, didn't it? Oh, but who would think that? That's a conspiracy theory, right?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Of course. Yeah, because some of the pictures that I saw, you know, I saw a house completely destroyed, and then the house next to it, nothing.
Again, that's almost directly something from the Janet Ossibart Fall of the Cabal video. Probably referencing a Q thing.
Nothing at all. I saw a car completely destroyed. And the
I don't think it's fake holographic sky yet now.
tree behind it wasn't even touched.
Yep, that's another thing. Again, he's hitting all the points that are in a specific section, like in the order they're brought up. It's too specific. He's absolutely watched that QAnon video.
And then I saw
We watched parts of it. I ended up not wanting to watch it because it was just too much. And Dan goes into this too in his video, but the way that Fall of the Cabal works is like every 3 seconds there's another claim that's false that you have to go look up to debunk. And it's so annoying. It's so annoying and it's not entertaining. It's frustrating for everyone involved.
the reverse, where the tree was completely gone and the car was fine.
Yes, Chris, sometimes fires burn some things and not others. The path is dependent on its ability to move to the next thing. The conditions around it impact where the fire goes. What's the video by Folding Ideas? It is... That's not Q as a source, because that's Janet Ossibard, not Q. She's a QAnon person, but it's not directly citing Q. It's citing one of the other Anon-type people. The video is called Finding Flat Earth or In Search of Flat Earth on the Folding Ideas channel.
Selective, don't you think? That's weird. Very weird. Just like the fire in Quebec. I think that's a little weird, too. You know, 400 of them, all of a sudden, 200 of them.
Yeah, it sucks. Climate change is making things worse, and my understanding was also that there had been fewer wildfires the past few years in that region, and sort of this is partly a result of that, plus climate change. The conditions made it drier, and also there was more to burn because there were fewer burns. It's a whole thing.
And the media didn't report about dick. I didn't hear about anything. In fact, most of the New Yorkers that I spoke to didn't even know there was a fire out there.
I find that pretty hard to believe. Did they not wonder, I wonder what's happening with the hell sky? I feel like they'd give it a Google. Maybe turn on the radio.
Because their little newsmakers out there didn't tell them. They didn't report about anything.
What are you talking about? The fires and the New York air quality were huge news stories. I saw it all over the place. I saw the photos everywhere. I saw people talking about it everywhere and sharing advice using the N95 masks that you might have had from COVID. He's just in a different universe. Sad.
Meanwhile, I hear about a fucking earthquake out in Iran. What the fuck do I care? I want to know what the hell's what's going on in Quebec, because that's going to come down here. I want you to think about air pressure and the jet stream.
Okay.
High pressure and low pressure.
Okay.
They're easy to predict where they're going to go. Pinpoint accuracy, too. That's what the planes use when they're up there. That's how supposedly they save fuel. Those wings are not filled with fuel. That's a whole different video, too, which I think...
Oh, he bought that conspiracy, too. That's a shame. I've watched it before on stream, but there are some conspiracy theorists who don't believe that jet fuel exists. They think the planes basically run on some sort of etheric energy magic.
I've already spoken about, just like there's no fuel in the rocket on anything that NASA has. One of the biggest purchasers of helium out there. Look at that satellite up with a balloon.
Chris, NASA buys helium because it's an ingredient in rocket fuel. Like liquid helium is an ingredient in rocket fuel. It's not balloon helium. It's not like helium that you use to fill balloons. It's liquid helium.
Oh, and then it falls, and then you can see it on the ground, held up by a balloon. Yeah,
Chris, yes, satellites exist in space and balloons exist on Earth in the atmosphere. Both are true. They're not mutually exclusive.
You get up to the stratosphere up there, you know that area? You can have things sit up there for 6-8 months. They have a nice way of controlling the elevation on them. Very easy.
Again, yes, those exist. Balloons exist.
And very cheap. So where is all that money?
You're right, I'm sorry. It's not for rocket fuel, it's for something else. I've looked this up before. What is it?
Going? Where's that
I'll try and
60
look it
million a day going? That's interesting, because they're certainly not going to space. I can tell you that right now. So when you look at these jet streams, and you can predict where they're going, and if you have, say, a really...
NASA uses helium as an inert purge gas for hydrogen systems and a pressurizing agent for ground and flight fluid systems. There you go.
Big forest fire with a lot of smoke. And you know where that smoke is going to go once it reaches a certain level. And you can predict where it's going to go.
Yes?
And shut down a city. Well, that's weaponizing things, isn't it?
No.
That's become a weapon.
I don't believe it was illegal for people to leave their house in New York. It was just, hey, this is probably bad for your lungs. Maybe avoid it.
That's correct.
It's interesting, too, in this video, Chris is almost comparing this to, like, COVID, which is interesting. Chris, if you want to go outside when the air quality is as bad as that, do it. Go outside. Have a run. Do whatever you want. Like, your lungs being full of smoke and other particulates and carcinogens, it's not communicable to other people, so I don't really give a shit what you do. If you don't want to wear a mask, if you don't want to listen when they say, like, hey, maybe stay indoors if you don't have to, do what you want. I don't care. You're not hurting anyone else. You're hurting yourself, which I think is stupid. But you can be stupid. That's allowed.
Very good. You're doing well. So is this a new weapon? That's my...
No, it's a series of wildfires.
question. Let's see if I can dance around it anymore. Say you were at war and you wanted to shut down a city.
That's a big if.
No, it wouldn't work. I know what you're thinking. 3 years ago? No, people wouldn't buy it anymore. No. Smoke them out. Best way to do it. New York City was so bad, and people didn't know. They didn't know when they showed up to work on, yesterday.
Were you not paying attention to the news at all? No, I'm assuming Chris didn't hear about this because he thinks everything is fake news, so he probably just doesn't listen to news, ever. So he went to work and was like, what the fuck is this? Even though everyone else knew what was going on, he assumed no one else knew.
In the morning? I knew in the morning when I got up and I looked out the window and I saw what it looked like. I was like, oh man, this isn't going to be good. You wake up to a red sky and the sun that you can't even see when there's no clouds up there. That's pretty frightening. Okay.
Killjoy says CC is correct. The South Park movie and its war on Canada is a documentary.
Okay. That'll keep you indoors, I can guarantee you that. But they hopped on the train, they went down there. Most of them probably get up before the sun comes toward to them anyway. Toward to us. That's where it's going. It's going away and coming toward.
Overthought says he thinks there are real Bond villains out there coming up with the most convoluted ways to rule the world. It's weird, too. This is not the way you would do that. You would probably just pacify people by making sure that they were too tired from working underpaid jobs that they couldn't actually be effective in any sort of action towards change. Also, maybe fill the courts with Federalist Society judges that are very pro-business and anti-consumer protections. I don't know. Just random hypothetical ideas.
It's not my fault that the earth is flat. I can't do anything about it. I didn't do it. I didn't build it. God built it. The creator
Flat Earth on the bingo card.
built everything you see around here. For you. We didn't build it. We're trying to figure out who did. Well, we know who did, but the Army and the Navy, I don't know what the hell they're doing. trying to break through this ice wall, which they can't. We can't even dig down more than 8.5 miles. I mean, come on. You know, we're really going to get through an ice wall once we find it? Good luck. We have the tools for that. You're going to take all those tools, 1,000 miles, say? Is that how far it is? I don't know. From, you know, from the ice wall? Who knows? Who knows? I don't know. Anyway, back to what I was talking about. Weaponizing. I don't know what you want to call it. Fire? Maybe.
Smoke? You can't think of the word smoke? What would we call this? Some kind of smoky, non...
Smoke? Weaponized?
Yes, it's smoke. It's smoke, Chris.
Smoke.
It's not weaponized. It's wild to me that this is like a series of wildfires in a completely different country, but Chris found a way to make it entirely about himself.
I mean, the best way to do it. So you shut down a city. That's it. They're not going out. It's perfect. Perfect for a world.
I'm sure it's New York. I'm sure plenty of people were going out regardless because people are crazy.
Nice test, guys. It works. That's all I have to say. Good job. And you know, the amazing thing about it is we have ambulances that go up and down, up and down, up and down, you know, all the time. I didn't hear one yesterday, of all days. You know, that's quite shocking. I had no idea. Nothing. It was quiet. I saw no helicopters in the sky at all, nothing.
Gee, in these extremely low visibility conditions, why were there no helicopters? I can't imagine why. Even the smartest people in America could rack their brains about that, and they'd never come up with an answer. Main character syndrome on bingo card? Yeah.
Nothing. It was like dead, you know? And it was like that this morning because most of the public schools down where I am were closed.
CC is an idiot card would just be a free space, so no, we can't put that on the card.
They closed them down. But anyway, I want you to think about the fire in California. I want you to think about the fire in Quebec.
I don't remember him saying sheeple.
I want you to think about the jet stream. I want you to think about all of the, and of course Flat Earth. Okay, you can't forget about that. So just look for these things, and especially when the media does not talk about it, that's a red flag right there, because they didn't.
People not talking about my insane conspiracy theory is further proof that it's true. Checkmate, globalists. I make sure everything I say is unfalsifiable. That's how I'm always right.
Not talk about this. I had to go through the internet and try to find these pathetic videos of these fierce fires. I mean, you know what I love about the internet? You know, or the videos that they take, you know, the local news stations, basically, I was trying to pick up. And they show this little plane, a helicopter, with a big bag of water. You know, meanwhile, this fire is like 50 miles long. And he's letting go this little bag of water. It's great. They also...
I don't think it's great having to fight a giant wildfire with not enough people, equipment, and resources. That's actually horrifying. Not funny. But okay.
I can't say that either. No. But YouTube decided to kill the video. Yeah, some people were... Before the fire started, they were walking around. Yeah, I don't know what they were doing. Who knows?
No one ever walks around in Canada.
That video went bye-bye real soon. I caught a bit of it. I tried to download it, but...
I might be the laughing man, as I'm pretty sure the idea is to stop the fire in its tracks, then to put it out entirely. Yeah, containment is probably an issue right now. Or at the time. And then they would maybe move inwards, but you don't want it to spread further.
I can't because it's owned by a news station. So anyway, I just want you to throw around that idea there and think about it, because they can now shut down cities very simply, and states for that matter, because it was all of New York State. I don't know what else it affected.
What does it even mean shut down? There was no legal mandate to not go places. He's literally just upset that other people were concerned about their health and acted accordingly. This isn't even about any kind of law or policy. This is literally just he's mad. People are concerned about something that he thinks is a conspiracy. That's the whole video. Dread Pirate Mick says, airborne particulates can be very dangerous to jet engines. Remember how the eruption of Ouija grounded half the world's planes? I just wanted Hannah to pronounce the volcano's name. I did my best. Gitara says, praise Paul on this glorious Tuesday. The cycle begins anew under the care of our gelatinous God.
I heard it affected pretty much everything around me except New Hampshire. Okay, that's one place that this hue of smoke, this pink, poisonous smoke, basically, pink, not pink, but orange color poison did not go to New Hampshire. And I don't know anybody in Long Island, but I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't, go there either, because you're surrounded on coast to coast with an ocean. So I don't know. Well, anyway, I just wanted to touch base with you. See how everybody's doing. We can breathe here now in New York. It's still up there, but it's, sun looks pretty much normal. You could see the white clouds, but yesterday was not a good day, guys, to be outdoors. I thank you for subbing. I thank you for viewing my videos. That may be a part of your life.
Chris ain't doing great. He had some other videos too, but we're not going to watch them. I watched them privately. They weren't that interesting, but he's definitely disgruntled. Surprise.
Trauma.
Oh, yeah, I think you sent this. Jesus Christ. The Satanic Panic wasn't fucking dumb. I should say the first Satanic Panic. We're in another one, unfortunately. Let's take a look at the bingo card. Recording in car. Word salad. Believe sci-fi tech actually exists for the lasers. Aliens. That might be it. The line between... Wait, did we do... No, we didn't do any of that stuff yet. Did we have transphobia? I'm trying to remember. It comes up a lot. I don't think he talked about research. Something is a false flag operation for his whole theory on, like, the smoke thing. Let's go weather control. That's in the same vein. Aliens and believe they talk to aliens is not the same. Believing aliens exist is one space, and genuinely believing they talk to aliens regularly is a completely different space. Population control is a motive. Flat Earth. Oops. And I think that's it. Back at it. Well, when you say staggering levels of hypocrisy, what for? It helps if you, like, in the comments say why. Someone says 97. Let me see what it is. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Oh, main character syndrome. Yep. We did have main character syndrome for Chris. Alright, who is next? Oh. We got a lot of stuff. Oh man, I have so many videos. Didn't need to do that one. Kinda wanted to do some of the Q stuff. Oh, this is weird. Okay, let's watch this one. Would the spiral guy be not how science works? No, for not how science works, it has to be a specific claim about science that is untrue. Not just being stupid, which is effectively what he was doing. The video's wild, though. They used MK Ultra on her and Hillary Clinton forced sex on her. Yeah. That's basically the same stuff as the QAnon stuff these days.
I was told that Trump keeps his enemies close. Well, it's time to let those enemies go, if that's the truth.
Trump is a pedophile too. Y'all do realize that Donald Trump is the only reason he was president at all is because he himself is a pedophile who almost certainly has had
It's interesting that we saw the conspiracy theorists more or less convalesce. Is that the word I'm thinking of? Coalesce under the banner of QAnon, but it seems now that a lot of conspiracy theories, especially now that a lot of stuff is happening to Trump, seem to be pivoting to saying that he is part of the deep state all along, you know?
incestuous affairs with his own daughter. That's why they put her central into that administration. So there are no white hats. Donald Trump is in no way, shape, or form going to help us with the pedophiles. He is one. He's a Jesuit trained. The only way he'd get there is by being one of them. He in no way, shape, or form is a hero. I just want to make that clear.
Woo!
I hate Twitch. Thanks for 7 months. Says maybe the real desperation. Deep state was the friends we made along the way.
Yeah, he is not. It's Paul White does not get out of the orbit of Donald Trump. They're all in it together. This is the same guy who said, you can do anything when you have money like me. You can grab a woman by the privates. And that's not the word he used. He used the filthy word. And there are idiots in the audience that think that's cool.
The specific QAnoners are not turning against Trump. I have some stuff from GreatAwakening.win we're going to look at later. They're in denial. Let's put it that way. And so is Peter. So that's fun.
Thinks, oh, that's what we need. We need a real man. No, this is just him showing who he is. There's a reason why he went bankrupt 7 times and why he's so heavy into gambling. There's a reason why Epstein and
Is Donald Trump into gambling? That's not something I've heard about him.
Maxwell.
It's direct messages I had with Peter, not a video. Peter hasn't put out a video. I've just talked to him privately.
We're trolling for girls, teenage girls.
I know he's owned casinos, but that doesn't mean you're into gambling. It means you want to make money off gambling addicts. There's a difference.
In his facilities, okay? He's all part. There's a reason why him and Bill Clinton together, arm in arm, went on the Lolita Express to Orgy Island, okay? There should be no misunderstandings. There are no white hats. You are going to make things different. You are going to bring justice, and if it's not you, it's nobody. Okay? Stop voting, stop paying taxes, pull out of the system, because the system is the one.
Have I seen the calls for genocide from his supporters that have even Trump's crowd worried? Yeah, I don't think they'll do much. I noticed when we were watching... Sure, Clinton's on the bingo card. I noticed when we were watching the thing earlier where the people were protesting at the courthouse where Donald Trump was arraigned today. Very different than the vibes on January 6th. I think January 6th and Ashley Babbitt made some of the LARPers realize that the LARP can get real quick. And, like, it's one thing to be online and be a keyboard warrior and say, like, I would die for Donald Trump or whatever nonsense, you know? But then you see actual video of, like, Ashley Babbitt getting shot for Donald Trump, right? People getting arrested for Donald Trump and he doesn't do anything or give a shit. I think they're still believers in Trump. I just think they're less likely to actually take action. Now, that doesn't mean no one will. I'm sure there are always going to be radicalized crazy people, and Trump's making it worse by goading them on. But I don't think we'll have an event like January 6th again in the near future. I could be wrong. I admit that. This could age terribly. Who knows? But I don't get the impression that they're interested in any sort of big thing like that. If anything, they'll probably more focus on terroristic action, like trying to shut down power substations or stuff like that. Things that are lower risk for them, but still hurt a lot of people. Juggle.
The biggest traffickers in the world are the United States government and the Vatican. Your tax dollars are paying...
You need a source on that one. Is his source the dramatic music he added? Juggle.
...for the trafficking and mass murder of children. So there are no white hats. You need to pull out of the system, and if you get harassed, 87,000 new auditors. They don't pay taxes. Donald Trump doesn't pay taxes. Hillary Clinton, go back, Newly Prince, great article on the Pandora Papers, all the way back in 2016. What does Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton have in common? They don't pay taxes. Only you pay taxes. The little people, you can't afford to pay taxes. They can
Yeah, rich people are assholes.
afford billions, and guess what? They don't. So there are no white hats. They are on the inside, and they are the enemy. The government is the enemy, and above the government is the Vatican. There's a lot of misinformation on paying taxes. There's a lot of misinformation on paying taxes. It is dangerous. It is.
Oh, yikes. Are these people quote-unquote tax protesters, a.k.a. people who are going to go to prison?
Dangerous procedure, but guess what? You are in a position where you are paying for these crimes. You are
can't say that, Batman over 900. Well, you're asking a question. No, I still get what you're doing. Gotta purge that. Can't say that. Overthought says there are definitely white hats, sure, and they only have one letter in their name.
Paying for these crimes. So you have to do...
That went over my head. Wandbonk, thanks for gifting a sub.
Your own investigation into, hey, am I really required to even file a tax form? So once you start down that path, you put yourself at risk to being audited, and if you don't start on that path, they will bleed you thousands of dollars to...
They can audit you regardless. Like, even if you're getting paid under the table, they can figure it out. Like, banks keep track of money that comes in and out of your bank account. Like, look, don't fuck with the IRS, okay? Just don't. It's not worth it. If you're gonna be delusional about literally anything else.
Pay for the slaughter and trafficking of these children. It's a lose-lose situation. Also, as far as I'm concerned, and I'm speaking for myself, not for Chrissy, not for Penny, I don't vote either. Do not vest in the system. At least they don't vote. Because no matter who, there's a reason why you get Republican and Democrat, Republican. They are absolute.
Because we have a first past the post voting system that was invented in the 1700s. Odd Tall Man says, I saw a mural in New York City that said, cheese will save the world. Nice work, Hannah. Hope you enjoyed the city. That doesn't count on the bingo card for cheese, by the way. If someone makes me talk about it through a chat, it doesn't count.
Absolutely all the same. I've said this. I use examples from Barack Obama into Donald Trump into Joe Biden. I said one of the things I agreed with on Barack Obama, as crazy as it is, real quick, Obama trained in community organizing by a Jesuit, Greg Galuzzo in Chicago. He said...
Jesuits are literally just a Catholic group. I don't know much about them specifically, but they're generally a target of conspiracy theory people. They're usually mentioned in the same vein as, like, the Illuminati or Freemasons.
For his campaign, he was going...
Remember who they're more crazy than? Oh, God. Who is it? Yeah. Of course.
137 million.
It's the new Batman Adventures Joker, though.
Yes, and if I...
Moira Soma, thanks for gifting a sub.
Don't pay up, I'll go to jail for tax evasion. I'm crazy enough to take on Batman, but the IRS, no, thank you.
I'm gonna miss Mark Hamill as the Joker. It's a shame. Nothing happened to him, he just said he was retiring after Kevin Conroy died. Which I think is, I respect that. They worked as a team most of the time, so I get it. Sorry, trying to center this. There we go. Okay, we get it. These people think Donald Trump is a pedo. Broken clock. Oh boy. Orb Lady has a new video. I'm so excited. Let's check this out.
June 12th, 2023.
I wonder what her take on the indictment is. This is going to be interesting.
Michelle and Hitler here. Q, President Trump, I love you. Both. So much. So much.
Reminder that she thinks Q is Melania Trump, who is the reincarnation of both JFK and Abraham Lincoln, I believe.
I've given Q a bit of a hard time.
What happened to her lawsuit? Probably not much. I'm guessing that didn't materialize.
But I've never once wavered about President Trump.
You're getting ads even though you're subbed? That's not supposed to happen. Is anyone else having that issue? Sub, but you're getting ads? I have the thing checked. And I checked again today. My ad settings. If you're subscribed, you should not be getting ads. That's a glitch. Or Twitch being weird. Apologies.
Trump.
Oh, never mind. Okay.
President Trump is Archangel Uriel.
Did your subscription run out or something?
He's working with Q and Jesus. Jesus is Pleiadian higher soul's Pleiadian higher soul's name is Sananda. They're all working together.
Pleiadians are a kind of alien that conspiracy theorists think is real.
This is real. And I don't know. My story...
John Delancey is a terrific actor. I've heard he's an asshole, though. I've heard John Delancey, and I'm neutral on My Little Pony. I don't care. If you like My Little Pony, that's fine. I don't care. Enjoy what you like. John Delancey, who famously was in My Little Pony Friendship is Magic, secretly, it has been said by people who have known him and seen him in green rooms at brony conventions, he has a disdain for people in that fandom, and he really hates them and talks shit about them behind their back. Just saying, if you're someone in that fandom, be aware that's how he feels about you. Mr. Whiskers says, the president of Earth and Mars united as one. Stone Corbell says, if you're subbed and getting ads, it could be a problem with an add-on that blocks scripts like uBlock Origin. I used to have that issue, and then I disabled uBlock for Twitch, and it started working. Oh, interesting.
Is about to open, and I wanted to make one more video before my store opened, and I began to completely, totally
hydrate,
bombard you with my solicitation of why you should buy my merchandise, which you should. Because we have to wear our memes. We have to. And so I've created commercials, and I even created an intro to my commercials. I created professional commercials with music, and I'm going to really bombard the internet with them. But I wanted to talk about what I'm doing in this video. But as I was starting it, I realized I really wanted to...
Yeah, on stream the other day, people were bringing up that there were a ton of ads, and I looked at the setting, and somehow it gets set higher. I set it back down, so it should be a more reasonable amount now.
Thank President Trump and Q.
Harold Elberman says, the Jesuits were basically more woke philosophically than the mainstream Catholicism, and they did a bunch of educating, but they also were the literal church militant. So the lists of war crimes, crimes against humanity in the colonial eras is very yikesy. Nowadays, they're the university-running nerds of Catholicism. Ah, gotcha.
I do trust the plan. Of course I do. I'm part of the plan. But I'm also part of the theatrics that are going on and the show. And even though I'm authentic and I'm honest, and you can tell that by all my dance videos, like, I want to tell you something that's very...
I've shown you her dance videos, right?
Very important to me.
She and Gina both like to dance.
I never, ever rehearse anything I do. I that's why I left dance. I left dance because I had to be controlled and choreographed, and I couldn't be controlled. And that's sort of the story of my life.
I'm imagining her being in like a ballet class or any sort of like modern dance, and they're trying to direct her, and she's like, no! I refuse to learn this routine. I will not be reined in by you fascists. And they're like, this is literally a dance class. We're trying to teach you something.
I can't be controlled. I have to be authentic. I have to freestyle it. And so I wanted to make dance something where everyone could identify with. I purposefully, in all my dance videos, I know I'm diverting, but this is really...
This is like Twins, but it's a conspiracy theorist where all the good conspiracy theory genes went to Gina, and all the bad ones went into this lady, whose name... What is her name again? It's the same name as her channel. Michelle. They're like twins from Twins.
It's important to me because I want you I want you to get this. You have a dancer in you. And even though I had ballet training and I really am a dancer and my higher soul is a dancer and I'm here to spread this, I'm spreading it, okay? I'm spreading it and I'm giving it to you. Dance in your living room. I'm not kidding you. Like, dance. I've been doing this since like grade 1, since kindergarten.
I think most, well, maybe not most people. I don't think it's irregular for people when they're alone in their house or with people they're just comfortable with to dance or sing randomly. I do that shit. That's not abnormal. That's typical, I think.
Dance. Everyone, dance. I live in Canby Village, and just down the road, they have bands. And no one's dancing but the kids, because the kids don't get it why you shouldn't dance. But I'll start.
She's the Wario to Mario. She's the Wagina, or the Wagina, if you'd prefer.
Dancing, and I'll get the adults up dancing, and I've done that
Wah!
a gazillion times. I can't even count how many times.
I'm gonna go play Wario Land.
I get everyone up dancing. When I make my dance videos, I purposefully make them pedestrian. And I want you guys to actually dance. Like I don't do any ballet, I don't do anything, I don't do any moves. I just want you to feel the music and understand that you can actually break out of the matrix. You can do cartwheels down the street, and that's really important to me because when I was growing up, see, I have diverted, but I guess this is where I'm being led.
I saw this article. What a ridiculous clickbait title. It'll load in a second. Stuff's loading slow today. Oh, fuck off with this shit. Gays are killing Christianity. Christians are killing Christianity. It's not our fault. It's not my responsibility to maintain a religion that I am not a part of. That's not how any of this works. Please leave us alone.
This is why I felt like I was being led to make this video, even though I had all my commercials ready and everything, but something told me to make this video. And here I am. I had to close something that was nagging me here. I've always danced right out loud. Right out loud. I've never, there was one, the man that I met between my marriages, he was probably the most enlightening person of my life. He was spiritually very enlightening. And he said, Michelle, you are out there.
I'd love to know what she considers spiritually enlightening.
You are way out there. And I never thought about it that way, but I am. I just don't have any qualms about being way out there. I love being way out there. I want to know. I just want to know. It was never anything different. I never had any ulterior motives. I didn't want to be a star. I didn't want to be known. I just wanted to know.
Oh no. Are we breaching delusions of grandeur? Does she think she's famous? This video has 159 views. I literally have almost double that many people here watching live. Oh god.
I don't have my ego attached to any of this. I don't even have my ego attached to who my soulmate would be, and I think I know who he is, but I don't have my ego attached to it. I don't want my ego attached to any of this. I just don't.
I Hate Twitch Times 2 says, speaking of a religion, I was talking to someone about a missionary that tried to sneak onto an island. He knew Talked to someone about a missionary that tried to sneak onto an island he knew he wasn't wanted to convert a tribe to Christianity. The tribe killed him, and the guy was saying we should send the army after them, and I'm just wondering why we can't just leave them alone. Yeah, what was the name of that island? It's one of the last. They're not uncontacted. They have been contacted, but like there's not regular contact. Sentinel Island, the Sentinelese. Thank you. I watched a video on that the other day. Someone recently did. I think Gino Samuel did a documentary recently about the Sentinelese. Very interesting. After you see what happened to their neighboring tribes that did have contact with, you know, the larger world. As you would imagine, their culture and people are all but wiped out. So, Sentinelese aren't wrong. Dello1995, thanks for 5 months.
I feel like that's why we're here. So I'm making this video because I was spontaneously, like, I was doing other things. I'm finishing my store.
Yes, I know they're under the control of the Indian government. Their island is, at least. They're given autonomy, and they try and keep people away so that they're not interfering. I just noticed she has a Q necklace. Jesus Christ.
It's summertime. Look, I'm in my summer dress. It's summertime. But I'm getting old. And I just don't feel comfortable in you know, sexy, slinky things anymore. I don't know. I'm conservative in a strange way, even though I have a great body.
I'm glad she's confident.
I saw some dust. Just so you know, Carly, I saw some dust just now.
Wait, now it's dust and not orbs? I thought you said they were orbs.
Did, for the first time. I actually saw some dust float between my light here and down here. Did you guys see it? Did you see it? Because I didn't see it I didn't see it floating around me and dancing around me, but I saw some dust. Fuck, I did.
I've not seen Martha Stewart.
Carly, Bonet, I saw some dust.
I don't tend to find people attractive who are like... I tend to be attracted to people like within a 5-year range of me either direction. Beyond that, it's just not... It doesn't... In my head, it's just different. A lot of the way I'm attracted to people is like knowing them, you know? My wife and I have like so much in common, and we have a lot of fun hanging out together, and that's a big part of it. And I just don't have a lot in common with people beyond 5 years either direction. Doesn't matter, now I'm married. I'm just saying in general... What I'm saying is I'm sorry, Martha Stewart, but I just don't think it's gonna work.
She was rousing me about the dust.
I don't date former felons.
Yeah, Q. President Trump. I'm not unhappy about how everything is going now. I hate to say it, but I know it had to be this way. I knew it even when I said it didn't have to be this way. I want everyone to understand that what I ultimately meant by that is that a long time ago this began, and ultimately it didn't have to be this way, and I guess nothing difficult does have to be that way. But in the end, the plan and the only thing they could do to take down this cabal, this evilness, it had to be. Had to be this way. And I was really mad at Q because I knew Q, and I really was. That upset me.
Q claimed as a source on the bingo card?
A lot, because the kids, you know, I cry all the time about the kids. I'm just an absolute basket case about the kids. It's why I don't really care. I just threw my ego out the door, and I wanted to make the waves that had to happen more important than anything that anyone thought about me. That was just like a gazillion times more important to me. I just don't care. But my own ego, I just don't care. This is just a story. This is just a story. Where you are now in your life, it's just a story.
It's not. It's your life. Please don't treat your life like it's some kind of grand narrative. You can think about your life metaphorically like that. Conspiracy theorists take this very literally. Life doesn't work on the rules of a narrative. You can often take things in your life and imagine them sort of as pieces of a narrative. But life doesn't work like a narrative. There aren't always satisfying conclusions. You don't always win just because you're the good guy. That's not how life works. There's this whole idea where the QAnon people are always like, oh, we're watching a movie. These people are obsessed with viewing everything through the lens of things they've seen in movies and TV shows and plays. I'd say books, but I think we know that's not the case. It's kind of maddening. They need to, like, touch grass. It seems like they have no idea how the world works, like, for realsies. They only think the world works based on what they've seen in narrative. Gnome Pickle says, this is just a story of a crazy lady who was thinking that dust was orbs.
The more you attach your ego to it, the more you are engaging in the matrix, in the cabal's mind control of why you should care about what everyone else thinks about you. I never have. I was sort of born with this weird, like, even my own family, there's 5 kids in my family, my dad, you can't believe what I've been through, you can't believe. Even though my dad, in his own way, he steps outside of the matrix, he was also scared for me, that I would just be that far, I was that far out of the matrix right from the beginning.
That's really sad. That implies to me that perhaps the parents had seen some signs of illness mentally at some point, but weren't able to get her help for one reason or another. Or unwilling. I don't know what her parents were like. It was also, would have been decades and decades ago when mental health care was less talked about and more of a taboo, unfortunately.
In kindergarten, before grade 1, I began to question the whole thing. I challenged everyone my whole life. I was a super intellect. Like in grade 5, I was super well spoken. I would just say no.
Idiot thinks they're a genius on the bingo card.
Why are we doing that? Why are we group sleeping? We all sleep at different...
Why are we group sleeping? Because in kindergarten, children are young and need naps, otherwise they get cranky or fall asleep and are non-functional.
Times.
At least generally speaking.
In kindergarten I was doing that.
Didn't she mention her dad was abusive, but also that it's a good thing in her Steven Crowder defense video? That's true. We know her dad was very, very right-wing and authoritarian towards the mother, so I gotta assume it's the same for her.
In grade 1, I was walking into the grade 7 class. Like, I just had a thing. With constantly breaking the...
So you went into the wrong classroom? That's not revolutionary. You just went into the wrong class.
The rules, not the rules in a way that would, the invisible rules. I broke the invisible rules. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, you transgressed social mores because you don't understand how things work. That's not like revolutionary, that's antisocial behavior. Like, it's one thing to, like, buck against unfair things, but it seems like you're just describing being nonconformist for the sake of it, even if it's inconvenient to everyone else, which is just stupid.
Like, I really did go to other people's classes. I really did do that in high school. Like,
okay, well, you weren't supposed to do that, because that's not how classes work. You can't just go to random classes in the middle of the year and try and be a part of them. Classes build on themselves. There's a curriculum, and usually knowledge you learn at the beginning builds up till the end when you learn whatever all was within the curriculum. You can't just one Wednesday be like, all right, I'm gonna go to this class. I have nightmares like that sometime, where I'm in high school again, which is funny because I've been graduated for over a decade, but where I'm in high school and it's like the last day of school, and I forgot to take my math class or something, but I have to take a test. I've always been bad at math, and I need it in order to graduate, or else I have to spend another year in high school. It's terrible. But at least I'm out in the dreams now. That's good. When I was younger, it used to still be in the closet me, but now it's not, which is interesting. But I also get transphobia in those dreams, which is weird because I didn't experience that in high school because I wasn't out. But my brain still assumes if I was in high school now, I would get bullied for it. Anyway.
I argued that successfully with my own teacher, with my own principal.
Successfully? I'm gonna press X on that one.
I argued that I should be able to go to the classes that I wanted to, that they were making me be mind controlled. Like, I knew, this is what I'm trying to get to. The reason why I'm Q's #1 warrior is because I knew we were being mind controlled the entire way along. I could tell you a gazillion stories. I'm only going to waste your time. There's a gazillion stories. I mean, right down to me being falsely charged. And without exaggeration, I said to the judge, who will never forget me, he may forget 1,000 people, he's close to retiring, he'll never forget me.
I'm sorry, charged for what?
One of the judges at that courthouse when I was falsely charged was a girl.
With?
Girl I went to ballet school with. She became a judge. She knew exactly who I was. You don't study ballet for 25 years and be a wipeout, a loser. And she knew exactly who I was, and so did he. But I don't know what his story is, but...
It wasn't hard to call ballet. She has one of those things in the background that dancers use. I don't know what they're called, but they use them in ballet for stretches and prepping and stuff. In high school, I had a girlfriend who was in ballet.
Homemade lime cordial. Lime in the summer. You gotta have lime in the summer. I said to him like a couple days into it with false charges, and I actually meant it. I wasn't trying to be cheeky. I was quite innocently saying to him, so you guys all go to school for like everyone in the law. So I'm new to this, and everyone in the law industry goes to school for that long. And we've been told that these lawyer minds are the greatest minds in the country.
In matters of law, not just generally. General intelligence isn't really a thing, but yes, if you want to talk about the law, it makes sense to talk to lawyers who went to law school.
And I was telling your friend when I said, and so, and I'm a systems person. I am a systems person. I really am. I'm like a genius at systems. Like everything's I'm super organized systems.
I don't even know what that means in this context. What kind of systems? What does she mean?
Some of us are built for it. They're not. They're built, it's a scam. The whole thing is like I figured that out. I said to him, so you're supposed to be the best minds in the country, and this is the best system you could come up with.
It wasn't created yesterday. Our legal system goes back to being based on the UK's legal system, which I'm pretty sure goes back to being based on Rome's legal system. It's changed a lot in the time that we've been working on it, but like, it wasn't created like last week. Look, I understand that the legal system is far from perfect. It can be biased. You know how I feel about the police and the general state of how laws are applied in this country and how it can be used to disenfranchise minority groups. But, like, specifically, what does she mean? What is her solution? It sounds like she thinks she has an immediate solution to a very complex, multifaceted problem. What does she think the perfect legal system is?
And there was silence in the courtroom.
There probably was, because there was a crazy person testifying.
Like, you could, without exaggeration, could hear a pin drop. It was just like, it was...
I wish I had that video so bad.
The movie scene.
Yes, they were silent because a crazy lady said a crazy thing.
I said, this is the best you can do? You guys are supposed to be the brightest minds in all of the country. And I said to him, I
want to know what she was charged with. Hold on. I don't see anything in relation to specific charges. I know she has that, like, racist end race-based law thing, when in reality she means take away the few protections that exist for indigenous peoples in Canada. She harassed a native kid once. That might be it.
I come from the film industry, and we have a system, like, every second counts, and this is the best you guys can do? And because I was genuinely innocent. I genuinely said that to him. I thought you could just say that. I didn't know there was stuff you weren't allowed to say, or you were... You've
not heard of the concept of contempt of court?
like in contempt or stuff like. And it was like he took a shining and a hatred for me instantly.
I would imagine he doesn't like people fucking around at his court, if I had to guess.
And this went on for 3 years, way past the time that is allotted. And it was a harassment charge for asking for my own money from the director of my shares, who actually was the only person who could administer it. Okay, it was like a sham. They were total sham charges. Cut off for my own money and then charged for harassment for begging for my own money because I was starving. That's what happened to me. And I
want the context so bad.
I showed up at all those court dates for 3 years. And I watched what they do. And I watched the game and I watched the sham. I think that God put me through that for an experience. God needed for me to understand just how corrupt. Okay? So, look, President Trump, I love you so much. I say good morning to you every morning, Archangel Uriel. Every single morning. I think without fail, other than 2 or 3 mornings, when I was either sick or I just was so pissed off with you that you weren't going fast enough. I pulled rank. And guess what? I swear to God, every time I pull rank, something happens. It's like weird. I have some kind of a clout. I have some kind of clout in this. I do. I don't know exactly because I'm 3D right now, but I've kind of sensed all the way along that I could cheek off Jesus and I could cheek off Q and I would never cheek off President Trump, ever.
She's under the impression that she outranks Jesus in some sort of cosmic hierarchy. So that's an interesting delusion of grandeur.
Because he just doesn't make any mistakes. Q does. Sorry, I love you, Lincoln. JFK Sr. I love you, Q. I do. I love you, Q. I love you. See? I love you. I was married to Q. So that's past life. We're not talking about that. The point is that President Trump is Archangel Uriel. And he's in command of this whole operation. And he's doing a brilliant job at it. I love you so much, President Trump. I love you so much, Archangel Uriel. I just love you. You're awesome. You're on fire. Like, you're fire. You're fire. You're fire. You're fire.
Oh yeah, this is coming off as very much a manic episode. Reminds me of my mom.
Even though you're...
Who has at some point by the time I was an adult, she was diagnosed with, bipolar disorder. I recognize this.
Born a Cancer sign. To me, you're just completely on fire. And I just think they picked the right, most strongest guy they could have to bring us to the reset. It is the great new reset, but it's ours. It's not theirs. It's not the cabal's. It's our reset. We're going back to God's rhythm pattern, to God's plan for us, to God's DNA, biology, genetics, sex, gender. Muslim, Jews, Christians, all of us together.
As long as they believe the thing she believes, of course.
All of us. I'm so into this, you wouldn't believe it. Like, I do know that ever since I was a child, I went to Sunday school and I said, who is wrong? Someone has to be wrong. There's something weird about this whole religion thing, and I knew I was right about that. And I've always been able to talk to anybody. Even I had some brand new Somalians from Somalia here at my local beer craft bar, which is now closed down. It's such a sad thing. And they got uptight about the Muhammad thing, and I said, no, you don't understand. We're not going to fight. You're not going to come back to this bar and blow everybody up for Muhammad, because
Do we just have racism on the bingo card?
Muhammad was duped by the deep state. You need to understand that all these prophets, Jesus, Muhammad, everybody, their teachings got usurped by the deep state in order to use them, in order
deep state
to use religion to divide us. There are prophets. They did come. They did have the
Thanks,
word.
Fennec Agami's wife. Ah! I dropped my ball.
And of course the Cabal had to take that away. Of course they had to use it to divide. At the top, you guys, if you think about it, the Jews, the Muslims, the Christians, the Buddhists, whoever it is, even you who doesn't lock onto religion, which is me.
Hydrate.
I just knew when I was a child, and it makes me cry because it was hard for me. I thought they did us a disfavor, so many of us who loved God. I have a very strong relationship with God. I have all my life. I talk to God, He talks to me. Like, I have direct relationship with God. I'm never not with God. Never. Not even when I'm mad at God,
That's potentially hallucinations. Audio hallucinations are the most common kind, and people sometimes think they're either talking to demons or God. That's not uncommon.
Still connecting with Him and fighting with Him and trying to find my way through what God wants me to do, but I'm never disconnected, ever. God is my sidekick. God is my...
I'm jealous, Carpcosian. When will they take my testicles?
Is my... When I go to make a decision, I just don't even go anywhere else. I just don't even exist without my relationship with God. I just don't...
Okay, I'm gonna skim through and see if there's anything else interesting for the rest of the video, and then we'll take a look at the bingo card.
Even exist. But I will...
God told you to follow? Well, thank you very much.
We've all been...
God.
Black, we've all been Chinese.
I'm sorry, what?
God is about love. We are united. We're not different. And we've all lived many lives. We've all been black, we've all been Chinese, we've all been Jewish, we've all been Muslim.
Okay, it's a reincarnation thing.
In our hearts we know that we're not different. That God is real. That
this poor woman. This genuinely sucks.
I love the dress you're wearing. And then I start talking to everybody in the room like, everybody, don't you love her hair? Like,
let's calm down.
Awards. She's in the Academy Awards. I was part of that. We got her acknowledged, but in the end I realized she was literally working on the Vampire Diaries. And then she went to work.
We're talking about Anne Rice now? What? Okay, that's enough. That's enough of her. Jesus. Okay, what else we got going on? Thank you, Human Unification Movement, for following. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream.
You are in the war between the Savior and Satan. Is GPT Satan's modern-day Ouija board?
So, we've all heard the talk about AI, ChatGPT, the various art, quote-unquote, AI projects. Let's call them image-producing AI. A lot of conspiracy theorists think it's demonic because it's new technology and they're scared. Don't get me wrong, there are reasonable things to be scared of in terms of AI. For instance, capitalists misusing it to displace tons of people from the workforce, which is an issue. But it's not demonic. It's just a very complex algorithm of pattern recognition. But anyway, they think it's demonic.
Is GPT Satan's modern-day Ouija board?
Ouija boards are owned by the Parker Brothers Corporation. They're not demonic. They're corporate IP.
ChatGPT is a natural language processing tool driven by AI technology that allows you to have human-like conversations and much, much more with chatbot.
Is it Hasbro now? Hold on. Let's see. Who owns Ouija boards? I'm aware that it predates the company, by the way. Ouija is a trademark of Hasbro inherited from Parker Brothers. Oh, Hasbro must have bought Parker Brothers at some point. That makes sense.
Study today on...
Oops, I think that's the wrong one. Do we have multiple videos on this? No.
And this is called Digital Demons in the Machine. I want to just talk about the word, because the word says in Matthew chapter 24, it says, "For there shall arise false Christ, false
Bible is the only source of wisdom on the bingo card.
prophets. They will show great signs and wonders, that insomuch that if it were possible, they shall deceive even the very elect." The Bible tells us that the angels of the devil and the devil's angels, the fallen angels, would be so deceptive that they would appear as angels of light to God's people. And we want to have discernment. We want to have understanding of how they are going to deceive. Because in Revelation chapter 12 and verse 9, it tells us this: "The great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him."
It's so wild to me when people take incredibly metaphorical stories from the Bible that are meant to be poetic and perhaps representative of something going on culturally that people contemporarily would have easily recognized, when they take that and completely divorce it from the context of the time period in which it is written in order to try and make it about something happening now. It's not at all maddening.
The Bible is full of warnings. God's word is full of warnings.
How did the Ouija board get approved for patent?
Warning us of things that are going to come to pass. And I understand that a lot of people preach love and that's about it. But the Bible doesn't just preach like that. The Bible talks about things that are going on, that there is a great...
Have you considered that the Bible was written by people a long time ago who have very different views than people now, and maybe it wasn't written by God? Just maybe? Maybe you just want an excuse for your hate to be justified cosmically in some way, so you don't have to feel bad for hating people just because they're different than you?
Controversy between Satan's angels and God's angels, and there is a war going on, a spiritual warfare going on. I'm going to talk about this warfare. It's a warfare with humanity, and that's what it says in Revelation 12:17. "The great dragon was wroth with the woman, and went to make war with the remnant of her seed, which keep the commandments of God and have the testimony of Jesus Christ." And you know what he makes war with? He makes war with his mouth. It says, "Out of his mouth goes water as a flood."
You should never make war with your mouth. I only make love with my mouth.
After the woman. And water is a symbol of God's spirit. But this is not God's spirit that's going forth. These are spirits of demons coming out of the mouth of the dragon. As it says in Revelation 16, it says, "I saw 3 unclean spirits like frogs come out of the mouth of the dragon." And it's out of the mouth of the beast and out of the mouth of the false prophet. And they are spirits of devils, and they work miracles. They go forth to the kings of the earth, the whole world, and they make war. They are gathering to make war with God.
But do I smash mouth? Hannah flirts with Baha on the bingo card. God damn it. Gaia Oni says, but no, that's the one I just read over here. Sorry.
God's saints. Revelation.
Tired of every cooker saying it's a spiritual war? No, it's just dumb. I blame InfoWars. They do the same thing with, like, this is a war, an information war. And I think Trump I've heard people call the thing against Trump lawfare. Like warfare via the law. Incredibly stupid. They want World War III so bad.
In 16. So, Digital Demons in the Machine. That is the title of this today. And as you'll see on the left side, there is a little devil horn coming out of this. And then, of course, on the right side, you can see an angel here with a halo above its head.
That is indeed what the picture you're showing shows.
And is it really... Is there anything good about this? Well, I don't know if some of you heard about this. This is called ChatGPT. It was released in November 30th, 2022, but it's recently... There's been an open AI model, which was released on March 14th, which is about a week and a half ago, and is available for ChatGPT Plus users. I'm going to share what this is, because it's just come to my mind here to show. Some people have brought up some of the concerns with this, and I didn't even know what it was, and now I know what it is. Now I understand. I've been doing some research, and I've come to understand some of this and what this is, and this is very
says they did their own research on the bingo card.
Deceptive. I'm going to show you how deceptive this is. This is so deceptive. This is witchcraft.
My research on the bingo card said not my own research.
As we continue, but this is a picture here, basically, of, you know, what kids are going to do. They're going to use this ChatGPT to.
It's a pretty abstract image for you to draw concrete conclusions about.
To write their essays and write all.
It definitely says something about the integration of technology in its closer relation with, like, humans doing creative work or whatever, but, like, in a pretty broad way.
Their kind of stuff and stuff like that, but there's somebody else that's going to be writing it for them. A lot of stuff you can just get off the internet. I'm going to go to a video and show you a video.
If they do that, that's plagiarism, and they'll hopefully get caught.
Of how.
Either way, they're doing themselves a disservice, especially in school. Like, I'm telling you, I wish I could go through school again. Like, I didn't do bad or anything, but I didn't have to try that hard either, because I'm really good at, like, talking, so I'm decent at writing essays, and I remember little facts, so, like, I remember things we learned in class, but I never had to apply myself very much. I wish I'd go back and retrain myself, you know?
How this all works.
But anyway, if kids these days use ChatGPT, that's not good. Like, I understand that it's probably going to be used as a tool in the long run, just like calculators and other things, but the way we integrate it into the way we work hasn't really been sussed out yet. We're not sure about the shape it'll take in using it as a tool within work and school environments, so we're kind of in a weird area.
In a second, it's incredible. Open
she, her pronouns.
AI. And AI stands for artificial intelligence. I'm going to tell you something. Have
I considered going back to college? Yes. My therapist actually, there's like a program in Michigan where I can potentially go back and have the state pay for it as long as it's a community college, so I'm going to look more into that.
For real. This is intelligent. Intelligent. It's super intelligent. More intelligent than any human being has ever been. ChatGPT, Bard AI.
Did you just say it's more intelligent than any human? It's not intelligent at all. It's an algorithm that seeks patterns in language, but it's not intelligent. Nothing's going on under the hood, so to speak. It has no internal thought or self-awareness. It's a machine, right?
Google's coming out with their own artificial intelligence as well.
I am trans, yes.
This is Microsoft Bing.
Generally not something you want to ask someone just outright. Like, I don't have a problem, but just so you know, in general, kind of a rude thing to ask people.
Intelligence.
I don't know if you're a troll yet, but I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt that maybe you just don't know, and that's fine.
But there will be people, and for some reason the top of this screen is missing, so I can't read the whole thing. Safety limits that we put on it. And so people are worried about ChatGPT and the creator OpenAI and the implications of its powerful, privately owned, and occasionally unhinged AI technology. Fair, but according to CEO Sam Altman, you should maybe turn your attention to OpenAI's burgeoning and potentially even less ethical rivals instead. So
the problem is people use the issue is people use ChatGPT and forget they still need to check their work. Yeah, like that lawyer. But people fundamentally don't understand what ChatGPT is, and it's frustrating the ways I've seen people use it. Do not use it if you want accurate information. It's not necessarily going to give you accurate information. Now, if you want to feed it information and say, put this in a list form, or maybe write a quick intro. Give me an example of an intro to an essay on this topic, and then look at it and use it for inspiration and maybe fuck around with it. That's a way you can use it, but it is not a search engine. Do not use it and expect it to output accurate information. At best, you can use it to help organize your own thoughts, right? And maybe that'll be different someday. Maybe it'll be better integrated into, like, some sort of web search function that it can pull things accurately, but I'm doubting it. I'm doubting it. So don't use it as a search engine.
he's saying that there's going to be some ethical issues with regards to this, and the Microsoft people are saying that maybe we're not the bad guys, we're the good guys here. Microsoft, I don't know if you saw my meeting the other day where we talked about the digital currency that's coming out, 666 Microsoft, right? Yeah, we can trust them to be ethically right.
What do you mean 66? Where are you getting the 666 from? Mark of the Beast on the bingo card.
But anyways, continuing on. They're worried about potentially maybe some people misusing AI and being less ethical. But it says a thing that I do worry about. This is the Bing or Microsoft CEO. He says a thing that I do worry about is we're not going to be the only creator of this technology. Altman told ABC News in an interview last week. There will be other people who don't put some of the safety limits that we put on it.
I Might Be the Laughing Man says Charlie Brooker tried to get ChatGPT to write a Black Mirror episode recently. It looked okay to him at first, but when he examined it closer, he saw that it was just recycling existing episodes. I saw the article about that. That's literally what it does, you know? It literally takes in stuff that it can have input, scripts or books or whatever, and then it seeks patterns within those things, and then, uses those patterns to produce something based on what you tell it to do. Like, it's fundamentally always going to be... It's always going to be derivative. And in fairness, there are some philosophical arguments about how derivative human creativity is, but at least right now there's a clear difference between human creativity and what something like ChatGPT is doing. They're not close. They're really not. And again, I'm not saying the technology isn't impressive for what it is. It certainly is. But like crypto, you have all these tech bros looking at it and overstating its capabilities because they think they can make money on it and speculate and sell things to investors. I think this is a tool that will be helpful in the future. I imagine it'll be used on a lot of front-end products where, like, users will, talk to the AI on the front end of a program or website or something, which I don't necessarily think is better, by the way, but I wouldn't surprise me if that happens with some things. But other than that, it doesn't give factual information. It doesn't check its information, so it can't really be used for that purpose unless they fundamentally fix that. Let's see. Gnome Pickles of 50-bit says, it just mirrored prior episodes like every single network executive has tried to do for the past couple of decades. Yeah.
Society, I think, has a limited amount of time to figure out how to react.
Yeah, unfortunately, that dude was a troll of some... here's the thing. The annoying thing with the guy who was just here, the Seth Robertson guy, I don't think he necessarily thinks he's a troll. He just genuinely doesn't understand that he's being manipulated by right-wing propaganda, and that's really unfortunate. I hope he gets better someday. Isaac Inanimate says, that war obsession is all over right-wing culture, from the veneration of soldiers to the fixation with survival and prepping. It starts in evangelical circles, constantly framing society as in the throes of a holy war. I remember my church's men's support groups were always called something like being a warrior, fight temptation with the armor of God. Nobody sees the irony of religion of peace constantly using the most horrible things humans do, war, to describe normal problems. Particularly in evangelical circles, they really need that us versus them, we're in the end times, to keep people hooked to the religion. It's pretty fundamental to their version of the scripture and how they interpret it. Like, they need people to be like, oh my god, everything's terrible, it's the end times, and they always have to say that for 2,000 years, because that's one of the things that strings believers along. Isaac Inanimate says, sorry for the rant, love the show. Oh, no problem. And there's a juggle
to that.
We'll move on from this guy soon, by the way. I know he's pretty dry.
He continued how to regulate that and how to handle it. So what I believe is they're going to regulate it, and I'm going to explain what's going to happen when it gets regulated, because your internet is basically going to be regulated by bots. Bots are going to regulate it, but I'm going to share more about these bots because these bots are intelligent.
No,
and
they're
they
not.
have an intelligence that I think is far more than just artificial. And I'll explain this as I continue, so please just pay attention to this. Do not leave today. This is not something you want to miss. Okay? Now this is Crystal Ann Compton. Can you be a psychic and a Christian? And the reason that I want to share this is this all connects to the artificial intelligence, and I'm going to explain how it connects in a second, but I want to explain some things with respect to spiritualism. And there is some people who believe that they're Christians. They teach that they're Christians, but the reality is they teach that it's okay to be a psychic. They teach that it's okay to be someone who...
Okay, he's on another topic now. Enough of him. Let's take a look at the bingo card. It's been a while since we gave it a look. Dr. Gamble says, the internet regulated by bots? Dude, are you living under a rock? That's already happening. If anything, the bots that are smarter might be better at it if they learn how to recognize context. Because right now, like, half my videos get demonetized by, like, really dumb bots on YouTube, so... And I understand that, like... I get that a lot of the topics I cover are controversial, so I get the limited ads thing, but sometimes the dumbest stuff gets flagged, I'm telling you. Anyway, let's see what we got. Deep State. My research said not by a researcher. Hannah flirts with Baja. Only reputable source is the Bible. QAnon claimed as a source. Clintons. Idiot thinks they're a genius. False copyright claims by bots is purposeful. Yeah, I get it. A lot of the time it's a company that you can tell is just some rando who threw together an account so they can, like, mass flag as many, like, videos as possible and just hope you're too lazy to do anything about it. Unfortunately, they're often right on my part, so I just let it be. That's not necessarily true. I usually take those parts out of the video, but it is a pain in the ass, and sometimes I'll just leave them. It depends. I've not mentioned Blu-rays now. Was the person with the whole queer agenda in chat conspiracy theorist shows up in chat? Yes. Satanic ritual child abuse. The gay agenda for the chatter. Really wants a civil war. He used the term world war, but same diff. Mark of the Beast. Wow, we are getting a lot today. Line between Chudwatch and Tinfoil Tuesday thins. She didn't say 5D. She said 3D, but she never did say 5D. I was listening out for it. So close, but no cigar. Conspiracy theorist shows up in chat. I think that's the first time we've gotten that one since it got added. Transphobia, transvestigation. Believes they speak with aliens regularly for that, the orb lady. We'll do Baja Blasts for the ban. That's pretty fun. Baja Blasts, sure. Alright, I'm going to pee real quick. We've been going about 2 hours, so I'm going to pee briefly. And then I'll be right back. I'll put on a video for you guys to watch. You know what? If you missed it earlier, let me see if I can pull this video up. If you missed the new theme song earlier, here it is. Enjoy it. Enjoy it while I pee. Be right back. Enjoy the chair. Tinfoil Tuesday. This is the Tinfoil Tuesday theme song.
What the fuck is this?
CC here. Chris, Westchester County. CGI bullshit. Bud Light bullshit.
I don't care.
We're all cats, motherfucker.
I'm actually a lizard person.
What rules?
Do not put pee in your nose!
You sons of bitches.
My poop comes out of my butthole.
I can't argue with that. Yeah, okay.
They gotta make it sexy.
Recently, I've been, checking out incest porns.
They gotta make it sexy.
I'd bust my nut in the gym. Do you understand? Metaphorically.
They gotta make it sexy.
If I wash my ass, then it'll taste delicious. And then what's to stop 9/11 Dracula from coming to eat my ass? Ahaha, wink wink. I'm part of the secret organization. I don't want to be living in the year 3000 without a conspiracy theorist to make fun of on a consistent basis. Remember penises? Now we all have robo-genitals. Come on, be a part of the robots with us, okay? Thank you again, Overthought, for the great song. Here's a link if you'd like bad parenting for the orb woman's dad. Yes. I didn't think about that. I normally only think of current children, not the bad parenting many of the conspiracy theorists went through. That makes sense. Okay.
So most of us are aware that there are many components to the reset, right? We've got AI, blockchain, digital currency, 15-minute cities. One of the
buzzwords, conspiracy bullshit, things right-wingers go to bed scared about because propaganda tells them to. Dr. Gamble says, cease your investigation, moppy muttons.
Of the reset that I underestimated or just didn't really give much thought to was the role that drones were going to play. Not only will drones replace most, if not all, of the traditional methods of delivery.
Eventually, it would probably take a long time to do because you would have to build up the... Basically, you would need, in every city or place that you're going to do deliveries, you would need warehouses where the drones stay and things get loaded onto them. And even then, you would still probably need transportation between warehouses to get products from one warehouse to another to put on drones. Drones would be like last mile, last 5 mile, 10 mile deliveries. You really can't efficiently deliver everything with drones. That's not really how it works. Drones are incredibly inefficient for this because they can only really carry one package at once, you know? Doesn't make a ton of sense. And also, yes, people will probably try and take them down. It's like porch pirating, but with actual projectiles. Fennikagami said, speaking of war, I've been keeping an eye on MAGA idiots that have been sharing quartering videos where Jeremy claims the right's winning the culture war against pride and that their boycotts have woke companies running scared. The interesting to watch in real time how these people keep shifting content to keep their delusions going. For the record, I'm waiting for the guy to end up on the news since he loves talking about how pro-gun he is. Weird world we live in.
UPS, FedEx, delivery trucks, U.S. Postal Service, planes, trains. It's not a coincidence.
I could see, like, this is just a hypothetical I'm thinking of. I don't necessarily think this is reasonable, and I don't know enough about supply chain for deliveries to say if this is just insane and stupid. So it might be. But even, like, if something like this were to happen, I would assume, at best, it would be maybe, like, someone, or even maybe it's a future where somehow they figure out self-driving cars. Though I doubt it. But let's say someone's driving a delivery truck, and then maybe they push a button and, like, in a mile radius of where they park, like, the drones will grab the packages that they have and take them to the respective houses all at the same time, and then they'll come back to the truck to charge while the person drives to the next location. Again, Do you know how many drones you would need to do that many deliveries every day? Do you know how many deliveries Amazon and UPS and FedEx do a day? You would need a lot of fucking drones. And I don't think that's cost effective, at least not at this point in time. Technology always changes, I recognize that, but I'm talking about within the next 10, 15 years. Gnome Pickles says, the most fearsome of porch pirates flew a drone bearing the fearsome Jolly Roger that would capture Amazon drones and sail into the wild skies. We call him Neckbeard for his fearsome basement-dwelling visage.
Coincidence that the railway system is under attack.
The railway system is only under attack by Republicans and other people in the pocket of corporate oligarchs who want to make sure that we don't have a reasonable way of getting around other than cars, stuff like that. Basically, they just don't have an interest in infrastructure most of the time. It's a shame. Not to mention, during the Trump presidency, Donald Trump signed a law that made there be fewer regulations for transporting hazardous materials by rail, which didn't help.
Deliberate sabotage right now.
Accidentally based on the bingo card for the train thing. Trains are based inherently.
But another role that drones have in the reset is the constant biometric surveillance state that we'll be living under. They monitor compliance. They also house and deploy microwave, energy, and frequency weapons. And one of the companies behind this drone takeover is a company called Zipline, who's partnered with all kinds of globalists. Gavi, Ministry of Health, Pfizer, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, which comes no surprise when you learn that Zipline has been delivering machines via drone to Rwanda and other parts of Africa for over 6 years. You know, where Bill Gates does most of his philanthropic work. Zipline now has a major presence in the United States, with companies like Walmart using them for their drone delivery. Another thing I find very disconcerting is that companies like Boeing, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin have attached high-power frequency microwave weapons to autonomous drones. Drones were also used.
Pretty sure more often they would attach, like, bombs or something. I don't think it would be very efficient to strap something that's an energy weapon to something that already relies on a battery just to keep it afloat. Not afloat. In the air. That doesn't really make sense. The amount of energy that would be necessary to have some kind of weapon would exceed the amount of weight that could reasonably be held by a drone that needs to be aloft. Whatever. Clava Faustna, thanks for 23 months, says, I got my first girlfriend this month, going to Pride and TO with her as well. Oh, fun. That's great. Congrats.
Extensively in China to monitor compliance during lockdowns. So if you're one of those people who believe everything that they're told and take things at face value,
irony alert,
then you would believe that these drones are here to replace the delivery industry, to combat climate change, to drastically lower carbon emissions because they're...
I don't know if it would even do that. Again, the production of drones would in and of itself require energy and manpower and things that you would have to take into account. Like, I'm not saying that. I don't know if... someone might be saying it. Probably the company that's selling the drones.
Electric use very little power, can be deployed within 90 seconds, and obviously don't use any manpower, which they'll also be replacing not only the delivery industry, but a bunch of hardworking people's jobs in the process.
Yep, automation is going to become more and more of an issue as this century goes on. We're going to have to do something about it. Maybe make rich people not be such assholes.
But that's what they tell us, right? And if you are a person that uses your brain, and you know that drones are also used to house and deploy high-power frequency microwave weapons.
That's how you can tell she's got a big brain.
You know that drones are also used exclusively for biometric surveillance. What? Drones are used to monitor compliance. Drones are the backbone of 15-minute cities.
15-minute cities aren't a real thing the way that you are describing them. That's a conspiracy theory that a bunch of people made when people started talking about, hey, wouldn't it be nice to be able to walk to the store where you live? And then you all freaked out and went, you're gonna lock me in my neighborhood and not let me drive anywhere with my giant lifted truck.
You want a drone delivering your goods.
I cut my finger making lunch, so I placed an order for some Band-Aids a couple minutes ago, and now they're 4 seconds away. That is a nearly silent drone system that can deliver a package from the sky right to my backyard in as little as 2 minutes with dinner plate accuracy. And as far as I'm concerned, that's basically teleportation. This is the very near future of package delivery from a company called Zipline. It's been over a decade since we were first promised drone.
I hate tech channels like this that basically just read the press releases of the companies that let them talk about their products.
Delivery that looked like this, and to be honest, I was never that stoked about it because I couldn't imagine that anyone would actually want something that big and loud with dangerously fast spinning propellers landing anywhere near their house. And that was a bummer, because with the explosion of people using Amazon or food delivery apps like...
I'm gonna open the other window real quick.
DoorDash or Instacart, billions of doorstep deliveries are now happening every year. But when your lunch only weighs a few ounces, driving it to everyone with these 2-ton gas-powered vehicles is wildly inefficient, bad for the whole planet, and not to mention just really slow. Drone delivery would not only take a lot of cars off the road, but it would be a lot faster than a car, it would be fully electric, fully autonomous, and it would cost pennies worth of energy per delivery. And with Zipline, because the droid that lowers the package can move laterally in any direction, it can make a dartboard-sized precision landing even in...
Is it a bad thing? Not necessarily if it was true, though under capitalism you do have to recognize that that would put people out of work. But, again, objectively I'd say it's a good thing. Unfortunately, our society doesn't help people when they no longer have employment very well, so... Wouldn't be good. Not to mention, I don't know the feasibility of the actual tech and system they're talking about. This is basically a press release from the company, so... I'm not one to just believe their claims. Of course they're gonna give the most optimal scenario. Look at what happened to, like, Theranos. Look at all of Elon Musk's claims, other Silicon Valley startups. A lot of the time it's bullshit to get money from investors. Tea with Goblin says, oh, fuckity bumholes. I slept in and missed most of Hannah's stream, and I'm late for work. Oh well, you look lovely today, putting the demon in Pride Demon Month. Thanks for the bits.
High winds, while the main drone can stay...
Okay, we get it. Can we get back to the lady? Is she gonna say anything else? Nope. The rest's just literally their advertisement.
Hey guys, I want to do this video and I want to call it The Alien and the Car Are One. The alien and the car are one. I put that down as a comment, talking to,
Yeah, I'm warm. It's cold enough outside that the air conditioning, like, window unit doesn't work very well because it's not really, you know, the temperature has to be different enough. But it's also not enough that I'm getting, like, a good breeze, so I'm kind of sweating. It's not super visible, so that's good.
A UFOologist. Now, this guy's pretty good about exposing,
Stay tuned next week when I start selling Hannah-branded trans streamer sweat in bottles, 8 ounces each. I might be the laughing man, says, if I didn't know better, I'd say some of these conspiracy theorists are plants working for the tech companies to get people talking about them.
The UFOs and negative ETs, and
I have a bladeless fan, it's just downstairs.
And that they're into adrenochrome.
Adrenochrome on the bingo card.
But everything else he's not so good on. But anyway, he got mad at me. He was like, oh, that's stupid, don't waste my time. The car and the alien are one. But people can't even fathom the tech that these aliens have. But basically, like, Hell's Angels are real, and the motorcycle and the Hell's Angels are one and the same thing.
He's under the impression that people in the motorcycle gang, Hell's Angels, are part of their motorcycle. Like Dan from Nightmare on Elm Street Part 5, I guess.
You see how they're trying to merge us with tech now. You see all that tech in the shot, and now they're trying to neurolace us and put that shit in our brains and shit like.
Dr. Gamble says, not that you may care, but this is basically how you teach bots to do things. Thank you, hon. My wife has brought me the gift of cool. Where did he go?
That, well, these reptilians, they did that to them.
Reptilians on the bingo card. Dr. Gamble says you have a builder bot that makes a class of bots, then a teacher bot that trains the bots. If they fail, they're tossed. If they pass, they go on to be the new blueprint for the builder bot to make the next generation of bots. This repeats for several cycles till you get a bot that can do 1 + 1. Oh, that feels amazing. Thank you. Maybe set it to like 6. Just 1 up. But that's great. Oh, it's so nice. She gets it from her dad. She does.
Did Dad say that?
I love you.
I love you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Themselves a long time ago, and they're like the Liquid Terminator, except they're like Black Mist Terminators, and they can.
Kind of sounds like what John Connor was in Terminator Genesis.
Shifted.
Spoilers for Terminator Genesis.
Harley Davidsons. Or at least the car is it's their vehicle, and they merge with it. They're like one with it. And at the very least, that's how they charge themselves up. They go in their vehicle and charge themselves up. But that's just I want to let you guys know about how advanced their tech is, man. Nothing exists without a reason. Transformers, I used to like the cartoon and the toys. I liked the toys, the Transformers, when I was a kid. And now they got all the Transformers like new movies. But that wouldn't exist unless they were throwing something in your face. Unless they were telling you something and throwing it right in your face.
Predictive programming. Also, that's not true. People make fiction all the time. Most fiction is just made up shit. Sure, things have themes or whatever that are relevant to the real world because we tend to like narratives that we can relate to in some way. But that doesn't mean every aspect of them is literally true. Transformers aren't real. Caillou isn't real. He can't hurt you.
But anyway, it's no mystery to me that the reptilian cop and his car are the same thing. I got hit by a car. It was crazy. It was like a accident kind of thing. But anyway, they told me they'd give me a ride home after I was in the.
I would say all reptilians are bastards, but that doesn't initialize very well.
Hospital for 2 nights. I was like, okay, great. I was pitching like a big old van, but it was exactly the kind of vampire. You guys seen that?
Vampires on the bingo card.
The video of Obama where he comes out for some speech and he looked like he just ate a child. He just drank the blood of a child, and he. After I was in the hospital for 2 nights, I was like, okay, great. I was pitching like a big old van, but it was exactly the kind of vampire. You guys seen that the video of Obama where he comes out for some speech and he looked like he just ate a child.
What is the face of someone who just ate a child? Like, what does that even mean? He came out and it looks like he just ate a child? I don't understand what that would even mean.
He just drank the blood of a child, and he's all like shape-shifted kinda. And then there's this little bald-headed guy. He's hugging. And he's got, you can see him shape-shift. You can see his nose. You can see his sharp teeth. But it was exactly that kind of alien demon thing that offered to give me a ride home. and so I was expecting this van to be up.
I don't think that, I mean, I understand where you're coming from with the thinly veiled anti-Semitism, but, like, I think this guy is legit crazy and isn't using it as a dog whistle. I think he really believes that Biden is, like, a reptilian. I don't think he's using it as a dog whistle. I think he means it literally. Gnome Pickles says, "Sir, what you're describing is a psychotic break." Correct.
Out there like a nice cushy ride home, but there's this cop car, man. I could tell like that demon and that cop car were one and the same thing. And it was weird. That cop car was like, you know how a cop car, like there's a cage in the back, and you probably don't have much leg room, but this one didn't have any leg room at all, and it said 18 on it. It said 666 on it, and I was like, no, I'm not.
Numerology 18. I understand what he's doing. He's saying 6 plus 6 plus 6 6 plus 6 plus 6 is 18. I get it, but that's not how things work. 18 doesn't mean 3 6s. Ooh, history chick with a bingo. Let me see your card. It's just the number 18. It's because it's car 18, presumably for identification purposes for the department.
I'm not getting in that car. And
let's take a look at this bingo card. Mark of the Beast, Hannah flirts with Baja. Free space word salad, numerology. You did it! Let's take a look. You're one away again. Baja wants to win so bad, and she hasn't won before. Rando, please. Okay, I can do that. Let's see who wins the bingo. If it lets me. Why isn't it letting me? Hold on, I might have to go to the actual. It would help if I went to the gifts. There we go. I was on the wrong tab. Let's see who gets the random sub. Mr. Noobstar, you win the gift sub randomly. Hurrah. Oh, that's the wrong video.
I just walked away. I cowardly. I said respectfully, I'm not getting in that car, and I just walked away from the hospital. And he said, "How are you gonna get home?" And I just walked, and I took the bus. And as I was walking, there was something above me, man. There's like some kind of demon above me keeping me down. But anyway, reptilians and aliens, they've mixed themselves with technology so much that their vehicles and themselves have merged. And if you don't believe it, you can go fuck yourself because you're a dumb slave. Alright, thank you guys for listening. See you later, bye.
That is a compelling argument. If you don't believe me, fuck you. Fuck me, I guess. What else we got? Oh boy, I don't know if you guys saw this, but a Trump supporter certainly had some things to say.
I'm not gonna let it go to waste. I'm not.
This is in reference to Trump being indicted for the federal stuff with the documents.
I refuse.
The espionage charges, basically.
I did 19 years here as a federal agent in Dade County. I'm just not going to let this country go to waste. And right now it's going to waste. Well, if he gets indoctrinated, January 6th is going to look like a playground.
Indoctrinated? I assume he meant... He was indicted, but I assume he meant arraigned?
I'm just not going to let this country go to waste. And right now it's going to waste. Well, if he gets indoctrinated, January 6th is going to look like a playground. It's going to look like a playground. From the inside voices that I hear from all the militias and everything else, it's going to be a playground.
Militias are psychotic.
But if they want to fight, bring it. I mean, I watched Kamala Harris in Orlando. I watched Antifa throw bottles, spit on my child, throw stuff at us. They told us to refrain ourselves.
Kind of seems like based on your age, your child is probably at minimum 30, so it's a misleading statement at best.
Really? Okay. But it is what it is, you know. This country's so left right now, but we got to bring it back to the right. We got to get right on the right path. We got to bring everything back. If we don't, we're going to crumble. We're going to be a third world nation. You know? We have to stand up for that flag. We have to stand up for our beliefs. And we got to put God back in this country. If we forget about him, he's going to forget about us. And right now, we're forgetting him and we're forgetting Israel. We forget both of those. Read your Bible. Read your Bible. Because there's a lot of boys like me that are ready. All we need is an order.
Sir, you look like you're 55. I'm not too worried. Stonecore Battle, thanks for 36 months. Holy shit. Happy anniversary.
We're ready.
Trump! We love Trump! We love Trump! We love Trump! Yeah!
Trump 2024 and we want
Trump
to get
2024! Trump 2024! Trump 2024! Trump 2024! Trump 2024!
Take this country without a fight. My son is a proud boy. My oldest son, he's 25 years old. I'm not going to disclose his name. He's been with Enrique since day one. And we don't back down. We're just quiet.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then how do we... There we go.
How about that?
Hell, I gotta get a picture with him.
Yep.
All right, Trump 2024 and he won again.
We stand with Trump anyway. Trump not alone. We always stand with Trump.
No, yo te aviso. Espérate que te está tomando una foto.
Of course, the pillows.
Oh yeah, and then of course we get a My Pillow ad.
Midnight oil.
The guy doing the voiceover here is a convicted pedophile, fun fact.
Ever since the Great Awakening, thousands of content creators like myself have been burning the midnight oil well into the wee hours of the morning, and millions of us who are awake are not getting enough sleep. Everyone knows that a good night's sleep is essential for efficient functioning of the cognitive process.
I'm not kidding, by the way. He assaulted a child in the 90s and went to jail for it.
That comfort, and I make them forget.
And now he's shilling Mike Pillow's pillows. So that's great.
Brothers and sisters, this is a very important message here.
Why are we whispering?
You know, we've been talking about building, and we say, you know, when we build, we change the atmosphere. You gotta understand the atmosphere. What is in the atmosphere? Not only do we dealing with cold weather and so-called snow, we're dealing with the atmosphere of
so-called snow. If you didn't catch that. What they're talking about is last winter before, I don't even know. There was a conspiracy theory because the spread is like I don't know if it was a TikTok thing or whatever, but people were taking clumps of snow and taking a lighter and putting it against the snow and it would get black. And they were like, what is this? What's in the snow? It's not real snow. They're poisoning us or whatever. In reality, what's happening is snow isn't pure. There's impurities in snow. It's why you shouldn't eat it, among other reasons. So, like, there's, you know, there's stuff that burns in it. Anyway.
These microwave towers, which are designed for mind control. Alright? They're designed for mind control. And soot
from the flame, yeah.
And I'm watching so much happen. I'm watching Chicago, watching Detroit. I'm watching all over the nation. And I see brothers and sisters
hydrate
killing each other
Tea with Goblin says, remember again, the end of 2016, we had all the worst year ever memes? It feels like every year following that has involved me saying to myself, yeah, it's gonna get weirder and worse. I feel like 2024 is gonna make 2016 look like a gay little stroll in the park when we didn't know what an alternative fact was. Yeah, this is gonna be a shit show. Sorry, Stromboli. Stromboli said, my grandmother bought Mike Pillow coffee and even her 89-year-old taste buds could tell it was basically ground up cigarettes and asphalt. Can you suggest a metal song about the voyage home? I'll look at it later on my own, but I'm trying to do less copyrighted stuff on stream. It's getting me really behind on being able to upload stuff to YouTube.
Like never before. Just a few days ago on the east side of Detroit, there was a young 15-year-old brother. He saw another 15-year-old that he didn't like. You know, we have our likes and dislikes of others.
Okay. Crazy but boring. What about this one?
Hello, you're listening to Hugo Talks. Now, I've talked about this before, but let's take a fresh look at it. The UFO agenda, the huge...
This must be that asshole that used to work with Jake. I recognize that name.
Increase of UFO stories in the fake stream media over the last years. The US government making statements about UFOs. The Pentagon releasing footage of what they claim to be UFOs. Obama appearing on mainstream chat shows acknowledging UFOs and saying, we don't know what they are. This very obvious...
It's kind of a tautology. A UFO is by definition an unidentified flying object?
Propaganda push of UFO in the media onto the public has been non-stop over the last few years. Much of it is about acclimatizing people to the idea that, well, they're slowly planting seeds in people's heads over a period of time.
Do you think people aren't familiar with the concept of extraterrestrial life?
Making them think, oh, well, maybe there are UFOs.
Why is there a picture of Andrew Tate?
I mean, if the Pentagon and the presidents are talking about it, maybe it is real.
I mean, UAPs are a thing in the sense that they're unidentified, things in the sky, but that doesn't mean they're aliens. They're not aliens.
Because I would imagine at some point in the future, the UFO agenda is going to be used for something. Even in the last couple of days, we have seen 2 more stories, and they are reported, in a straight-faced way. But they are ridiculous. Here we see Vegas police respond to report of 10-foot creature in yard after green flash across sky.
Kind of sounds like a crazy person called the police. Fenigami says, not sure what's more painful, the current state of our politics or my leg and rib after my fall earlier today. Never mind, it's the latter right now. It's the former in the long run. Sorry to hear about your pain.
So, Las Vegas, the most fake city in the world, gets its own fake UFO story. There was even a video interview with someone wearing a Simpson black and white checkerboard top, talking about some alien.
Cult of Cautious Optimism says you need to add something like caught by the algorithm when someone expresses that they see their conspiracy all over the news. Yeah, it feels like they genuinely don't understand that you get served things by, like, YouTube and Twitter or whatever app you're using based on your previous interests because they want to keep you in the app as long as possible. So if you're into conspiracies, you get conspiracy videos. If you're into UFOs, as a subset, you get UFO videos. Like, the only reason I'm familiar with any of this UFO stuff they're talking about is because I watch conspiracy channels.
The back garden.
For this show.
Right, then we have this gobbledygook in the UK. Crashed UFO recovered by the US military. Distorted space and time.
That was Daily Mail. Please don't cite the Daily Mail. It's basically the Weekly World News, the Bat Boy newspaper.
Even one investigator nauseous and disorientated When he went in and discovered it was much larger
disoriented
inside than out. Attorney for whistleblowers reveals.
Yeah, I read this. This is basically a TARDIS. They're claiming, this person is claiming that they found a spaceship. The US has a spaceship that's bigger on the inside. It's literally just the TARDIS. It's the TARDIS from Doctor Who.
So it's basically they're ripping off Doctor Who and the TARDIS. They're so lazy they can't even come up with their own original stories. And this is from a lawyer who has apparently briefed the Senate Intelligence Committee, it says here, about this. Yeah, the Senate.
Was that corroborated, or are they just lying for clout?
The same as the Senate they had in ancient Rome. Anyway, this is like, you know, just two examples of the ongoing...
Wait, is he not familiar that in the United States we also have a Senate? Like, the UK has the House of Commons and the House of Lords. I understand that, in Parliament, but, like, if he said Senate, he probably meant the United States Senate.
UFO propaganda. Now, you will have some people mention Project Bluebeam, which is the idea that establishment international governments will manufacture an artificial second coming using holograms in the sky or some form of technical trickery, which could be the signs and wonders, as Jesus says in Matthew 24:24, for false Christs and false prophets will arise and perform great signs and wonders, so as to lead astray, if possible, even the elect. And you have to wonder, where is all of this propaganda, this UFO media propaganda leading to?
Nowhere. It's sensationalistic bullshit meant to get you to click on their articles and videos. It's for-profit news. I don't know what to tell you. Dahlia Vianney says, had to drive home for 25 minutes. What I miss? Anything important or just holograms? Pretty much just holograms.
As, like many things, it's only really appeared in the past 70 years, since the United Nations formed in 1948. It's also promoted in the alternative media.
Roswell predates that, pretty sure.
Alongside all of the New Age woo-woo. You will find the tarot readers talking about the Galactic Federation, healers talking about how they got captured by the Greys, but...
Yeah, people are crazy. These are other conspiracy theorists who are either lying for clout or genuinely have mental illness delusion problems.
Set free from the Nordics. They even create a false Hegelian dialectic of good guys and bad guys within this make-believe alien world. So while they bang on about Nordics, Greys and the Galactic Federation, they also then link it into Trump and the Q drops. How the white hats are in the know about this.
He's making a conspiracy about the fact that there are other conspiracy theorists. How interesting. It's like how, reminds me a little bit, I read an article today about how different AI chat programs are having problems having their algorithms degraded because they're getting fed into them stuff other AIs have created, and the signal degrades because, again, it just is like using patterns, and the patterns from other AIs are less good than natural ones. So it's a feedback loop where they keep making themselves worse. It's kind of funny. On the Rhineland, thanks for 4 months, says subscribing to Hannah for clout. That's always good. Everyone will look at you and go, I can tell this person is classy and has great taste.
And don't forget the tall whites, and it's all under control. But then you look a little further into it, and then you see them starting to tie in Saint Germain. Saint Germain, that is one of the names of the Lucis Trust, Lucifer Publishing of the United Nations. That's where what they call it's one of the names they call their ascended masters. So it's all linking.
The fuck are you talking about?
Up to that. And
who says that?
Metatron. And then we go back to the New Age and the meditation and all the connections to Hollywood and the mainstream media and all the alternative channels talking about channeling spirits, the sad guru guy and the Theosophical Society. This is just one big, massive deception. One big, massive New Age, UFO, woo-woo deception to mislead people, to mislead those who do have an inclination towards the spiritual. But what they are serving up to you is a complete load of crapola. As I've said before, you keep following man-made scripts. They'll lead you down man-made
as opposed to the Bible, which humans definitely didn't write.
Rabbit holes where you will be in the dark. They are man-made scripts created to engage and occupy your time because they don't want you following scripture. As I've said before, this is all about Jesus. Jesus is the Saviour. Deception is paramount in these days. Jesus said, "For false Christs and false prophets will arise and perform great signs and wonders so as to lead people astray, if possible even the elect." So even with the UFO deception, ultimately you can see underneath it, the agenda, it starts to correlate aliens with angels and how they are here to save us from the bad greys who are demons, framing the Nordics, the Aryan Nordics, as the good guys, the angels. The UFO agenda is antichrist. It's no different to the dinosaurs, the New Age. It's all about taking you away from Jesus or deceiving you from being saved. And all of these videos talking about it is targeted...
Wait, why Uri Geller? What?
...at truthers or those who are resistant to the New World Order. Yet they are actually getting you to accept it in a roundabout way. These are experiments to see how they can get...
Oh yeah, there's very unfortunate racial undertones to some of the alien stuff. One of the species of aliens, like he said, are called quote-unquote Aryan type. I think they have a different name, but they're basically what you would think of as like Nordic, blonde, blue-eyed, the kind of stuff you'd see basically in Nazi propaganda. So yeah, there's undertones of Nazi stuff in some of that. It's not good.
The demographic, those people, those that have a higher chance of resisting to believe and follow this crap. They are testing stuff out. So all of this UFO agenda has been planted in the public's conscious for a long time. It got turbocharged in the 70s with Hollywood movies like Close Encounters of the Third Kind. And
there were tons of alien invasion movies in the 50s. What are you talking about? Hold on. Are any of these alien movies? This is a box set of 50s movies. These don't have the specific descriptions on them. Hold on, let me look at the things. I think these are nuclear. These aren't aliens. But Earth versus the Flying Saucers, Plan 9 from Outer Space, The Day the Earth Stood Still. There are tons of alien invasion or alien incursion, alien movies that predate the 70s. If anything, it slowed down in the 70s. It was quite big in the 50s.
The E.T., The Extraterrestrial by Steven Spielberg. Strangely enough, Steven Spielberg is famous for what other movies? Well, dinosaurs, Jurassic Park, yeah? He likes to make movies about dinosaurs and UFOs.
He made 2 movies about dinosaurs, and the second one he was barely there for, reportedly.
Spielberg's religion is Orthodox Judaism. He apparently takes it very seriously, so much that his wife in 1991 had to convert to Judaism to marry him.
What percentage of my DVD Blu-ray collection haven't I gotten around to watching yet? 20% maybe, if I had to guess. Overt anti-Semitism on the bingo card.
And then at the time of Jurassic Park being released in 1993, 2 years later, I've seen him talking in interviews about him believing dinosaurs were around millions and millions of years ago.
Yes? I don't know if he knows this, but Judaism doesn't require you have this creepy literalist view of religious texts.
The kind of
like, not to mention people who are like culturally or ethnically Jewish often aren't necessarily religiously so, but it's still a part of their identity because, again, like, unfortunately, anti-Semitism has been such a big factor in the world, so it creates a tight-knit community where people hold very strongly that their cultural identity is being Jewish, because, you know, there have been so many times in history where people have tried to take that away from them.
Immorality to creating something that already had its chance in in evolution, and dinosaurs actually survived better than we did. We've only been around for about, what, certainly, 100 million years perhaps, and dinosaurs have been around, for...
We have not... What does he mean by we? Humans have existed, I think, for, like... If we're talking about Homo sapiens, like 200,000 to 300,000 years, I think. But whatever, he's a director.
350 million years, so...
Yet his orthodox beliefs dictate the world has only been around for 6,000 years.
No?
So that...
Like, he can follow, like... And I don't know if he is orthodox. Let me take a look. Is Steven Spielberg orthodox? Let's see. Oh, it looks like his parents were definitely orthodox. I don't know if he is. Let's take a look. His parents talked about it all the time. It was always on my mind. His father had lost between 16 and 20 relatives in the Holocaust. Unfortunately common in the early mid-20th century. Spielberg found it difficult accepting his heritage. He said it wasn't something I enjoyed admitting, but when I was 7, 8, 9 years old, God forgive me, I was embarrassed because we were Orthodox Jews. I was embarrassed by the outward perception of my parents' Jewish practices. I was never really ashamed to be Jewish, but I was uneasy at times. Spielberg also suffered from antisemitism in high school. I got smacked and kicked around. 2 bloody noses. It was horrible. He grew away from Judaism during adolescence, after his family had moved to various neighborhoods and found themselves to be the only Jews. So it seems like he's not Orthodox, but he was raised Orthodox, which isn't uncommon. Takes 5 seconds to look stuff up, guys.
Doesn't really add up.
Yeah, even if he was Orthodox, that doesn't mean he's a young Earth creationist. That's a pretty firmly a Christian evangelical thing.
And I wouldn't be expecting any movie about Jesus from him anytime soon. Saying...
What's there left to say?
That...
I think Martin Scorsese had kind of the last word on that one.
Made loads of films about dinosaurs which didn't tie into his beliefs. So maybe he will. And,
Also, I feel like if he did, you'd probably complain that a Jewish filmmaker was making a movie about Jesus because you're anti-Semitic, so...
What's going on with that hat he's wearing? You see the logo? You zooming in, it's not entirely clear, but here we have a still from the making of Jurassic Park. It's a clearer photograph.
Let's see, can I search this logo easily? How would we describe this logo? Where did it go? There we go. Square with arrows, half yellow, half orange. Square with arrows pointing from the center, half orange, half yellow. Let's see if we can find anything like this. Reverse image search? That's actually... I can try. That doesn't usually work very well with, like, screenshots of things like that, but I can try. It's the Chaos Star from Warhammer 40k? Really? Are you serious or are you joking? Hold on. Oh, that part looks like it, but that's not what it's directly from, I don't think. Let me take a look. I'll see if I can snipping tool and reverse image search. Let's see, will technology work? God, it's so blurry. It's having a hard time. Not seeing anything close even. It's too blurry. Try Yandex? What's Yandex? I know, it sees the colors. I can. Does it have a better reverse image or something? Oh, interesting. That seems to be closer. It's definitely getting closer. It's picking up on the arrow symbol, but I'm again not getting the exact thing. Huh. So I don't know what it's from. But I don't think it's demonic or anything.
And, yeah.
Chaos Inc. clothing? Let me see if they have 90s hats. Will we find it? I don't see the same exact specific logo. Gray Freya. Thanks for 12 months. It is the symbol of chaos, which someone else said. It could just be a hat he was wearing in relation to, like, because a theme of the movie is chaos theory? I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, this is what they call a chaos magic symbol.
Oh god, magic isn't real!
Sigil.
If I had a wish, it would be that no one in the world is capable of believing in magic. That would be my wish. That's my first genie wish. No human is capable of genuinely believing magic exists. Everyone is automatically, by nature, a naturalist.
Chaos magic was strongly influenced by Aleister Crowley.
Crowley was a weirdo who liked to fuck. That's about it.
A neo-pagan form of witchcraft. It says here the main tenet of chaos magic is that nothing is true and everything is permitted.
It's also a thing they say in Assassin's Creed, so that's cool. Bittergrin says, so if you had a magic wish, you'd wish that no one could believe in magic? Meta. Yes, true. This is a naturalistic genie, for those who...
And there is no such thing as...
Almost on a hype train. Just became the conspiracy theorist for a moment. Yeah.
Truth. So you can do whatever you want. It sounds a little bit like do what thou will. It goes on to say chaos magic teaches that essence of magic is that perceptions are conditioned by beliefs and that the world as we perceive it can be changed by deliberately changing those beliefs. So that's on his hat. Maybe he doesn't know what it is, or maybe he does, and his movies about UFOs, aliens and dinosaurs are trying to change.
Again, that's a photo from the set of Jurassic Park. If I wanted to come up with a more reasonable explanation, if it's a symbol for chaos, chaos is a theme of the movie. Chaos theory. There's an entire character, Ian Malcolm, who's there to explain the theme of the movie several times.
People's beliefs in a deliberate way. The industry, Hollywood, the New Age, the influencers, the news, the media stories are all aiming at steering you away from being saved. Every angle is covered. Much of the Christian YouTubers are not what they make out to be. You even have certain people who are assigned to trying to dismiss the King James Bible specifically. Yeah, they'll say
the horror. Tea with Goblin says chaos magic has nothing to do with Crowley. It's most often associated with Phil Hine or Peter Carroll. A contemporary for Crowley would be the Austin Osman Spare. Damn it, if you're going to be a spooky weirdo, get your facts straight. Okay, a cult nerd rant over. Ooh, hype train, 46% to level 1.
Say it's a mistranslation. It's this, it's that. Oh, it's written by a Freemason. Oh.
It's kind of funny that he's mad that they're trying to take shots at the King James when the most... The people I see criticizing versions of the Bible the most are the kind of people who think the King James version is the only true version of the Bible. They shit on every other version. The irony that they don't get that reversing it is whatever.
Or whatever. Do you not understand that God is all powerful and uses good and the bad to accomplish his purposes?
That's your supposition. That's fine. You have a right to believe that. I happen to not.
So just you talking in that way is dismissing that God is in control.
Right, because that's your belief and not necessarily other people's, or at least not in the same way. Bumble Homestead says, I made quesadillas and chilled avocado soup for dinner. It was yum. I'm glad. 53% to level 1.
In the book of Revelation, Jesus Christ proclaimed himself to be the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end.
That just makes me think of Jesus as like a podcast bro. I'm the Alpha here.
Do you not think that the King James Bible that came out just as the printing presses were becoming more established, in that they had evolved to a point where they could now print out hundreds of millions of copies, more so than at any time in the past, which therefore would make it possible for those books to go out into Europe and become the most widely published text in the English language? Do you not think if God is the Alpha and Omega, the first and the last, the beginning and the end, is omnipotent, all-powerful, present everywhere at all times, and he wants a book of the Lord for the people to read at the end times, he would just make it so. He would put that out there.
Thought God wasn't supposed to interfere with people's free will. If those people freely decided to print an inaccurate Bible, God can't interfere, right? That's what I've been told, at least. Lennon Cat says, apparently the symbol itself originates in some fantasy stories by Michael Moorcock from the 60s and was subsequently adopted by fantasy and occult writers. Dahlia Vianney says, God is beta. I won't take any arguments.
One way or another, he would make it so that the King James Bible would become the most widely published text. And that's exactly what it became. And then it being in the English language, the Alpha, Omega would know everything because he is at the beginning and at the end. So he would already know that at this time.
Okay, I'm done with this. Let's find something more exciting. You guys want to hear some comments from the QAnon board? Let's take a look. Like last time, I'm going to put this on Facecam Focus because... Let me make sure that's pulled up enough. Because they sometimes use racial slurs, and I don't want those on screen. So let's see what they're saying about today's indictment, or today's arraignment, rather. So the chat from the daily chat that they always has says, I'm first, good evening everyone, feeling like the storm is right around the corner. God bless us all. Tea with Goblin says, yeah, King Jimmy was a bit of a whoopsie, a flaming gay who hated witches so much that he edited the Bible to make it easier to persecute old women with multiple cats. That's a shame. 62% to level 1 on the hype train with 30 seconds left. Next person says, I thought what I'd do was I'd pretend to be... Oh, God. This person says, I thought what I'd do was I'd pretend to be one of those deaf mutes. That way, I wouldn't have to have any goddamn stupid, useless conversations with anyone. If anybody wanted to tell me something, they'd have to write it on a piece of paper and shove it over to me. They'd get bored as hell doing that after a while, and then I'd be through with having conversations for the rest of my life. Everybody'd think I was just a poor deaf-mute bastard and they'd leave me alone. So that person's handling Trump's arraignment very well. Yikerinos. Bardlock Moses, thank you for gifting 1,000 bits and getting us over level 1. Thank you for saving the train. I appreciate you. 22% to level 2. Oh, God. Question of the day. Elves are replacing all of your sneakers' shoelaces with any one color you want except black, brown, or white. What color do you pick? What? Moira Soma, thanks for gifting 5 tier 1 subs. These people are nuts. You would definitely expect some big fireworks by next year at the latest due to their priority of keeping Trump out of office. Friends are getting hyped, but I don't know if I've seen enough to believe the precipice is imminent, i.e. days or weeks. Hopium, as soon as Biden is impeached... Do they really think Biden's going to be impeached? Holy shit. Tea with Goblins with a link says, Trump is speaking live now if you wanted to react to it. Oh, this is going to be bad.
they weren't seeing before. To uphold our Second Amendment, I will ask Congress to pass the National Concealed Carry Reciprocity.
Oh no. He wants to pass a national concealed carry? Good lord.
And I've always had the endorsement of the NRA, and I should, because I've kept it going. I've
Why is
kept
it
our
so
Second
quiet?
Amendment totally alive. We haven't
Is the
done
mic
anything
broken?
to injure it or hurt it.
Oh, it's
and
wrong
been
ear,
very
probably.
Hard. It's been hard. It's been
That's
a very
terribly
hard battle.
imbalanced. Holy shit.
But the NRA's always endorsed me, and I appreciate it. But I've done a job that for years I've kept it alive under the most trying circumstances. We need it for protection. We need it for our safety. We need it for other things too, including sporting, including living. But we need it for our protection. And I am a big believer in the Second Amendment. You know, certain...
He sounds just like he's like on autopilot. He sounds 10 years older than he did in 2016. Gnome Pickle says it's not like firearms are difficult to use and never misfire at all. You just hug the pistol and it makes the bad people go away.
They did, and now your crime is down like 40%. Go out and buy a gun to protect yourself. It's down 40%. Before then, you couldn't have any protection.
Good.
The one thing you know, the bad guys are going to have the gun. They're not going to be following the rules. I will protect innocent life just as I did for 4 strong years. Nobody did a job like I did.
How many mass shootings happened during Trump's presidency?
Including Roe v. Wade, bringing it back to the states.
Yikerinos.
A great thing. And remember that this is a very complex issue. What we've done is...
On the Rhineland says extravagant or intensive publicity or promotion train. Terradona says, Don, you think he looks tired? 70% to level 3.
We've shown that they are the radicals, not the pro-lifers. They are the radicals because they're willing to kill a child 7 months, 8 months, 9 months, and even after the child is born.
Literally, that doesn't happen, you goddamn psycho. Where does this fucking lie come from?
And what I did by killing Roe v. Wade, which
they're not birthing 9-month-old children and fucking murdering them.
Who said was impossible.
That's so crazy.
We got it sent back to the states. And number 2, and very importantly, I gave you now the power to negotiate. You had no power before because they were allowed to do whatever they wanted to do. They could kill the child at any point, including after birth.
He's just fucking lying!
The ex-governor of Virginia. I call him Michael Jackson. Remember that catastrophe?
Okay, I can't deal with that. I'm good. Let's go back to the greatawakening.win comments. So here's a person that posted, I'll show you this real quick. This person posted their old-style American flag and a Trump flag. And they say, flags out, patriots. Show your steadfast support for POTUS. Bumble Homestead says, 30 seconds left on the hype train, 77% to level 3. Bumble Homestead says, some of the bad guys will have guns, and prosperity gospel stuff was going around my mom's church right before she passed from cancer, and it makes me a little afraid of what would have happened if she lived to the Trump era. She was pro-gay people in at least centrist way, but I don't know if it would have lasted. Yeah, that's hard to say. Thanks for the hype train, everyone. Okay, let's take a look at these comments on the flag thing. Mine is flying upside down. The United States flag code expresses the idea concisely, stating the flag should never be flown upside down except as a signal of dire distress and instances of extreme danger to life or property. I'm in enemy-occupied Pennsylvania. Wish me luck. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't. You look like an asshole. And if someone really thinks you're in an emergency and trying to signal something to someone, you're going to get the cops called on you. Anadon Erahart, thanks for 29 months, says, glad I didn't miss the stream. I'm glad you didn't either. This person says, my flag, 3 flags are, good grammar, Old Glory, highest in the middle, fuck Joe Biden, and fuck you for voting for him. Lovely. Also, you put the Trump 2024 fuck your feelings flag the highest? That goes against the flag code. To be clear, I don't give a shit. I don't care about the flag code. You'd think they would, though, since they're supposed to be like patriots or whatever. The American flag is supposed to be the highest on the flagpole in the United States. Anything else interesting? This person says, son of a bitch, they arrested him. Let the storm begin. I pray the storm, like a tsunami, smashes through this country, destroying and exposing in its path every demonic person and every evil deed, those exposed and hidden. This person says, fuck yes, we might actually get to perp walk later. I'm so stoked. I want Hill Dog in that orange jumpsuit. Promises made, promises kept. So they think that Hillary Clinton is about to be indicted because Donald Trump was. Don't know why. I think that's all the interesting things from them. Let's go back to videos.
Is it true that the reptilians are running the U.S. government?
No.
Is it true? And if they're running the U.S. government, are they also running other governments of the world? Are they? Could be.
Why does that reptilian look like someone drew half of a reptilian and then mirrored it to make a full reptilian?
I was
so perfectly symmetrical.
Surprised.
It's off-putting.
Is to see that this one newspaper that is supposed to be satire, hello Michael, would even suggest such a thing. I really was, but no, they did suggest such a thing that the reptilians, you see a picture of them right here. Oh man, I'm supposed to put this in a podcast, Gina. I'm going to put it in a podcast, you all.
She's going to put it in a podcast, guys, don't worry.
I forgot all about this. I really did. Gina, honey, what were you doing? What was you thinking? I don't know. This is my story time with Gina. It's about the reptilians, you all. Hello.
I gotta pee. I'm gonna leave you with Gina for a second. I'm sure she'll be fine.
So we can see the different things of them. Look at this. Different images, humanoid-like looking beings and stuff. Kind of look like the creature from the Black Lagoon. But is it all story? Look at this. The origin is from Alpha Draconian. The agenda is to conquer and destruction. The lifespan is 500 Earth years. So if they can stay on Earth for 500 years, 500 years on Earth? Wow. So they could be here for many, many lifetimes. They could. And their ship shape is a cigar. Now, we've heard of cigar, but teardrop? Well, I'm seeing a lot of teardrops. I have teardrop shapes myself that didn't look like raindrops, and I thought, no, these are bound to be ships. So I said they're bound to be ships because of the way they're shaped and stuff. My eye. What's wrong with my eye, you all? Kind of Yeah. Gina, honey, your eyes look like a reptilian. I'm not a reptilian. You ever seen me shapeshift on here? Have you ever seen me shapeshift? No, you didn't, and you're not going to, unless I turn into a transcendental being. Then you'll see me. Okay.
All right. Is that like a 5-year plan, or?
That's right. Transcendental being. Like
transcendental
being. We're talking about these reptilians right here because it's there's something to it. I'm gonna read that. I'm gonna read the article. I'm not gonna talk too much. I'm gonna try to be a good girl. I really am. And
my brain is ruined.
And let me I got to get my phone ready and come over here. Let me try to see if I can pull this up, you all. The live video. Okay, I'm on live. We got people watching. Do the reptilians run the US government? Reptilian overlords. Let's see. Let's look at it. Look. So where was I? I was right over here. We're going to go straight to it, you all. We are. Look at this. Could you believe that they had something, The Atlantic, and it is known for satire. It really is known for satire.
Do you think that randomly satire news websites will just run real news? All right.
I just want to make that known right now. This right here, I guess it's known for satire, but this is October the 31st. That's Halloween. They published this on Halloween, October the 31st of 2013. So let's come to it, you all.
So a decade ago.
How to spot the reptilians running the U.S. government. As 12 million Americans know, the United States government is run by lizard people. Or to be scientifically accurate, reptilians.
Woof. I've never read The Atlantic, but it certainly doesn't seem like The Onion. Like, it doesn't seem as clever.
But they never said which members of the government are the reptilians. See, now this is going to get a tad bit interesting. As 12 million Americans know, the United States government is run by the lizard people, okay? But they never said which members of the government are the reptilians, so we're here to help. See, their picture is gone, but let's see who they're talking about first. Piecing together the latest groundbreaking research being conducted by commenters at the conspiracy websites.
Oh God, she doesn't understand that it's literally making fun of her. Oh,
We've been able to isolate a number of prominent individuals who possess reptilian compatible bloodlines. As UFO Chick writes at davidike.com, Ike is a prominent reptile.
They're making fun of you, Gina. They're making fun of you.
Theorist, as evidenced by his book. So let's pull up a picture of David Icke, D-A-V-I-D-I-C-K.
Hydrate. I need to get water. I'm actually out. So I'll be back in just a sec.
This is a picture of David Icke. They're talking about him. He's a prominent reptilian theorist, conspiracy theorist. This is who they're talking about right now. Talking about his book. And even if a person has a compatible bloodline, they will not become a reptilian unless a reptilian entity inhabits their physical body. Their physical body. Or maybe it isn't important. Understandingevil.com describes how to tell if you're under the assault by reptilians. These people have really went out there searching. This is kind of wild. Protector of Mankind writes at alienufos.com that you can be a reptilian-human hybrid. It sort of varies, but according to David
Icke is usually cited as the person who popularized using lizard people as a dog whistle for anti-Semitism, yes.
Icke, right here. Here's Mr. Icke. According to him, this is how it works, according to David Icke.
All right. I think Gina's made me sad enough. Let's move on. Oh, let's get some of these Trump people being mad about his arrest. Or something. When was this? June 13th? That's today. So this is some kind of ad.
Are capable of something truly extraordinary.
You might be a bit alarmed by the imagery contained in this clip. The veil is being lifted and they being the fallen angels, are ready at the gate for the time when they will be ushered back into the world.
Wow.
The Illuminati symbolism is not an accident here.
Spurious symbology.
These clips are a part of a show called Heroes Reborn: Dark Matters. In it, a hooded man named Heroes Truther appears to be speaking on behalf of, in his own words, another species.
That our species was capable of something truly extraordinary.
He says that he's here to expose the lies and speak for the silenced voices. Quite honestly, it sounds like what many of these so-called Christian truth channels are saying on YouTube. Heroes Truther then goes on to talk about the fact that his species is...
I think you're putting too much thought into a bad reboot.
...is capable of something truly extraordinary. His species. He also talks about a war that appears to be in motion and accelerating. It isn't a war between different countries or between two groups of humans, but between humans and the other race. This is their emblem, the resistance movement, the truth movement, the other race. They are showing you how close they are.
You remember how that story began? 20 seconds that changed the world. She wasn't alone. Hundreds were inspired to share their ability.
Why am I so talented? Because I choose things that aren't helpful. I'm not good at things that are actually skills. I'm good at things that are bullshit distractions.
Evolved humans, Evos.
Okay, keep the camera on me. Hola, mi nombre es Maria Campos.
They represented the pinnacle of human potential. We were on the verge of something incredible. What happened? How can humanity, capable of such miracles and wonders, be full of such hatred? Didn't take long for us to...
This is literally just clips of the show. Are you going to talk about...
He's no longer amongst us.
Oh, now you're doing clips of the Fall of the Cabal! Plagiarist. Let's move on.
Hey, hi, welcome to Deep State Decode. Stand by, we got more decodes coming.
Hello, boys and girls. Welcome back to Deep State Decodes. Hey, it's Pirate O'Connell Day, and I got my A's on you. I told you I was a pirate. Hey, this is episode 602 of Deep State Decodes. Boys and girls, let's talk about it. Okay, we got all kinds of things to talk about today. Man, we got videos, we got shit happening in Miami. We'll see how that turns out. It looks like it was all going peaceful as I left a minute ago. The only time I want Republicans to reach across the aisle is to bitch slap the communist Democrats back into the Stone Age.
Communist Democrats. Everything I don't like is communism on the bingo card?
Like this, you know. Reach across the aisle. Let's work with the other side. Here. Oh, pussy. What was that? Here. Watch this. There you go. That's how you do it. So when you post some truths, these guys start slandering, ridiculing, leaving negative comments because they don't want the people to start waking up. Hey,
have you considered that people just want to criticize you because you're crazy?
See any of that, boys and girls? You see any of that little negative Nelly bullshit going on, huh? So you make the call. Does Kerry look more like Lurch or Herman Munster? Is
this guy's whole show just looking at Facebook level right-wing memes for an hour? He just reads cringy boomer memes to his audience for an hour.
Lurch right here, Herman Munster for you youngsters. I always thought Lurch. Yeah, he was a dead ringer. So, isn't it amazing how both parties keep...
Why are they even talking about John Kerry? Like, I'd imagine people younger than me might not even know who the fuck John Kerry is. Like, really? Is he relevant in modern politics for you to read a meme about him? For those who don't know, John Kerry ran for president in 2004 against George W. Bush. Yeah.
Can unite against me, but they can never unite to help the American people. Because that's not even in their job description. Help the American people. What is that? We're just keeping our seat at the pig trough. We want to be the first little piggies in the pig trough every single day, and that's all we worry about, being the first little piggies in the pig trough. Hey, I was just...
What is the... It's... Oh, God. This is... His whole persona is annoying. What is this? I'm sitting here being annoying and fucking juggling randomly, but at least I'm not like, hey, everyone! Whatever bullshit he's going on about.
I was jumped by 6 men, I think they were men, with man buns, but they...
Hydrate? What the fuck?
They put skinny jeans around my neck and doused me with soy latte and said, "This is Biden country!" And then they rode off on electric scooters. I'm still really shook up about it. Can you help me? Is anybody got a tissue? Can someone pat my vagina down for me? Thank you. So here's swamp colored glasses. I don't see any fraud. I just see my own pig-eyed sack of shit. Can't get it out of my face. It looks right back at me. Where I go?
He's literally just reading terrible memes. Please make this stop. No, we have to sit here and take it.
Oh, sorry. So here's Scott Adams letting you know that, according to CNN, okay, there's a big difference between Trump's handling of classified documents versus Hillary's deleted emails that had been subpoenaed. You know, she did shit after the subpoena. Trump didn't do anything. He actually went along with it. So, you know.
No, he didn't. Did you read the indictment? He literally hid documents both from his lawyers and from the federal government and lied about returning them after already refusing to communicate and actually return the documents for like 6 to 9 months. They really have no idea what they're fucking talking about, and it's annoying. Barlock Moses says, really bad 90s talk radio. But what about Hannah and the Badger? Hannah and the Badger. Hannah and the Badger.
Big difference. The difference involves Democrats reading minds, you know, and saying, "Oh, Hillary, she didn't mean to," you know.
If you have sufficient evidence to indict Hillary Clinton, please do it. I don't like Hillary Clinton either. The whataboutism has nothing to do with what Trump did. Trump still allegedly committed crimes regardless of what you believe about Hillary Clinton. It's a complete non sequitur. The buttery male strikes again.
energy to bleach bit hard drives and destroy phones and get rid of emails, but she didn't mean to do it. It was the slippers. Oops. How do I know? But they know that Trump was up to something bad. Okay, pure propaganda, boys and girls. Who's falling for it? Trump was indicted, but what about the Bidens? Well, that's why Trump...
Again, literal whataboutism. He literally just said it. What about?
Trump was indicted, so nobody will say, what about the Bidens? They got all kinds of...
I'll say it again. If you have evidence that Joe Biden, or anyone else for that matter, committed crimes, indict them. That's fine. It has nothing to do with Trump.
Information against them. They had a special counsel working on him for, what, 5 months now? Not a peep. Not a peep. Just more bogus bullshit from the left. So the FBI didn't just break the rules, fail to follow procedures, or make some little mistakes. They broke the law, committed crimes.
No, they didn't. Donald Trump did. This is just obnoxious. What is this guy's personality like in real life?
And yet they're out there overlooking this whole situation still.
Is there any reason they fix it on the bleach bit part? It's just a talking point. Like, they just repeat talking points. And don't get me wrong, every political faction has talking points. But in my limited observation, I could be completely wrong, this is my bias showing probably, but in my experience, when I talk to, like, leftists, their points tend to be a little more nuanced. Sure, their points will be about similar things, but it's more like they've integrated ideas into themselves and have things they, like, really believe. Whereas when the right talks about stuff like this, it feels like they were given their talking points that week and they just repeat them basically verbatim and don't think about them any deeper. Again, I recognize that I'm a very biased person here to say that, but that's just an observation I've seen.
Oh, Biden bribery, what will we do? So when someone says cabal, elite...
Is it annoying when I juggle on stream? Because it's kind of like... It keeps my brain occupied when I'm watching the video, but if it's annoying, and if it's making annoying noises, I will stop unless someone does a juggle command. Okay.
Internationalists or globalists, just say Jews. It means the same thing. So, Bill Gates, I want to kill half of you.
That's not what Bill Gates said. That's not what Bill Gates said. He said the population will go down once we introduce more vaccines because that's the reality of the situation. When you introduce vaccines and lower infant mortality rates, that society will tend to have a lower birth rate. That's what happened in the United States and the rest of the world that has access to readily available vaccinations, basically, and modern healthcare.
And then after I get done with that half, I'm going to start working on the other half, because that's all I do. You know, I got all the power in the world. I could be doing good things with it, but fuck that shit. Yeah, this is more fun. Yeah, I put my mark on you right here, boys and girls. So died suddenly is not a cause of death. It's a bullshit excuse for why you died suddenly of the vaccine. Yeah, climate is everything, says Todd.
Is this the whole show? I'm going to start skipping through.
Lighting it up all over the world.
I'll check Halloween Town. Let's see.
The media blasted the vacation. Why would they want to harm him? Why would they send threats when they just got what they wanted? They've indicted him. He's going along with the indictment.
That's cool. Let's take a look. Let's open this.
See, there's something up with that.
Nice.
There's something that's not right with the military being outside.
Cool logo.
We got to figure that one out. That's a rabbit hole. That's a decode today, boys and girls, that we all need to kind of ask the questions about and work on. Like this guy here. My girlfriend said I was a pedophile. And I said, that's a pretty big word for a 9-year-old.
They're getting mad about stuff they're making up.
2020 selected Joe Biden.
What?
Let's go past this.
Alright, let's save this guy, because this guy's fucking crazy. And annoying, which, I'm going to be honest, sometimes I think it's funny to annoy all of us. I don't know if I'm a masochist or what. Fenekagami says, it's telling that they think the Dems and leftists would blatantly ignore obvious corruption while hypocritically attacking a political enemy. They're basically admitting that it's exactly what they would do in our position. Moreover, they brag that they will do it when they're in power. Yeah. Today Trump talked about literally like he's gonna go after the quote-unquote Biden crime family.
Q drop 1471 is on the left of your screen. Originally posted June 12th of 2018. So it's a 5-year delta. Look at the time it was posted. 1:38.
Deltas in the QAnon community are when they think things happen on anniversaries, basically. So, like, if 5 years ago Q posted this post and it has some vague thing in it, maybe today, 5 years later, it was predicting the events of today. How can we connect the events of today to this post from exactly 5 years ago?
8 p.m. Eastern Time. Q says, think strategically, and he's referring to Jim Acosta. Does Acosta's continued disrespectful and poor behavior hurt or help us in the future? Q says, let them all, referring to Jim Acosta and the
You thought Delta
entire
measured change? I'm just telling you how they use it, not general usage.
Let them all dig their own graves. Now watch this. On the right of your screen, this tweet talks about NPR's web traffic continues to fall after leaving Twitter. Pay attention to what Elon Musk says. He's referring to the fake news media, specifically NPR.
That doesn't look that much lower. Like, if I'm being honest, it went from what? It's hard to read with it so blurry, but it says like 105 million and then 104.2 million, which, like, isn't that big of a difference relative to the total audience? Have I seen The Fisher King? Yes, I have the Criterion 4K of Fisher King. It's really good. I like Terry Gilliam. Robin Williams is great in it. So is Jeff Bridges. Fun movie. Well, not fun. Good movie. Interesting movie. I don't know if I'd say it's fun. Also, some of it hits so hard. Oh my god. I don't... Let me... If you haven't seen The Fisher King, is this a spoiler? It's been out long enough. I'll talk about The Fisher King real quick. So in The Fisher King, Robin Williams plays a person with mental illness who is homeless, and he has delusions. He continually has this delusion of this knight that's, like, in red and spitting fire, you know? And you don't really know what it is, but then they build up throughout the movie, and then there's a reveal, and it turns out he's having hallucinations of the personification of him watching his wife get shot in the head. It flashbacks, and there was a mass shooting at a club he and his wife were at, and he was standing here, and she was in front of him, looking at him, and she got shot with a shotgun from behind, and her whole face exploded onto him in this, like, blood fountain with, like, he could see the muzzle flash from the gun. So this thing is literally just an anthropomorphized version of his trauma. It's a good movie. It's a dark movie. It's a depressing movie at times, but it does involve him getting over or dealing with his trauma. It's a good movie. Anyway, Fenekagami says, also, Hannah, I agree. Left pundits may hit the same talking points. They add more personality and nuance and perspective to those talking points. It's a big thing I noticed when I moved to the left and looked back at my old content I was a fan of. It's why the right shields their audience from engaging with the left, so they don't see how boring and manipulative the right is. I would say the difference is the right has talking points, the left has discourse. Not everyone on the left necessarily agrees and will talk about things, but that's what we do. We talk about things. People on the right have talking points. People in the center, like center libs, they don't give a shit. They also do talking points. Tend to be talking points with a little more empathy behind them, but still.
Says they dig their own grave. He posted that at 12:07 p.m. on Monday, June 12th, exactly 5 years after Q drop 1471, and within about 90 minutes of being an absolutely perfect to the hour and minute of that 5-year delta. Consider this recent truth from our favorite president. He says, watching Mark Levine's show tonight is a must. He shows the hoax. Now, he meant to say hoax, or was this on purpose? We have a K there that shouldn't be, and a missing X. Let's first...
President Kofefe would never make typos. Must be intentional.
Look for that missing X. Now, personally, I can't tell you whether or not Elon is or isn't on the Q team.
Oh, he's talking about Elon. Yeah, Elon can make typos too.
Strongly that our favorite president is indeed Q+. But to the right of your screen, you'll see that if you're looking for a missing X, you can find it from Elon Musk, who posted simply a reply X a few hours ago. Now let's see what the K in hoax could mean. Remember, Q.144. I brought this to you a couple shows ago because we got there by the timestamp of one Kash Patel, who posted...
Do I think Trump will keep pushing the same BS if he loses again? Yeah. It'll be worse.
At 1:44.
Which is why I'm kind of hoping we won't even get to that point. But we'll see. It's going to be a fucking crazy election season.
AM.
Yeah, Q posts again. It's on 8 Coon still, I think. It's probably Jim or Ron Watkins again.
And remember that 1 week anniversary between Q-Drop 1481 and Cash's Truth, where we had that Kash Patel, a name to remember. If you remember this drop, you recall it has that K in the kill box. As a matter of fact, we'll review it real quick just by going through what's in the kill box. Starting on the left-hand side of your screen, we get the U.S. See it on the top? Second line, we get U.S. in the kill box. A few lines down, we
Someone did win bingo, yeah.
get risk in the kill box. U.S. risk. Now go to the middle of your screen, we get the TH.
Any conspiracies on Reddit being down? Not that I saw.
A little lower down, we get the I.
If anything, I actually saw there were some right-wing people on the conservative subreddit that were happy that today Reddit was mostly down because of all the protests and stuff. Because people weren't talking about the Trump thing as much, which is kind of funny. If Trump goes to jail, do I think Republicans will push for prison reform? No. Tea with Goblin says, do you reckon if DeSantis runs and loses, he'll go full election fraud? He might try. I don't think it'll work as well for him. Again, Trump is a very particular figure that I think a lot of his popularity rests on being a pop cultural figure for decades that people were familiar with, that represents certain very American capitalistic intent. So I don't think DeSantis can do that, because whether or not we think so, a lot of people think Donald Trump has charisma for some reason. Their definition of charisma is very different than our own, apparently. But, like... it's just weird. It's just weird. I don't think DeSantis has the same ability to motivate a cultish base.
In a row. U.S., this, and then we get the week. The W, E, E, and then there's your K in the kill box. Top right-hand corner, who are the wizards and warlocks. There's your K
wizards
in the
and
kill
warlocks.
box, and this is a 3.
Well, they're doing great.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Steve Eyes. You're on the Eyes is Watching channel. Hope everyone is doing well out there. Hope your city isn't completely covered in smoke from the wildfires. I know I've seen a lot of crazy videos coming out lately of even New York. Apocalyptic scenes. I mean, it looks like Gotham City over there with the orange smoke. Really fitting for New York as the crime...
That doesn't really scream Gotham to me.
Rates explode over there, but it's looking crazy. And I'm actually surprised here in Vancouver we haven't had
Oh
that
shit,
yet.
did we get a raid? Jack, thanks for the raid. Hi, raiders. I'm Hannah. Welcome to Tinfoil Tuesday. You're coming in close to the end, but every week we take a look at conspiracy theories, debunk them, talk about how these things spread, why people believe them, all sorts of interesting stuff. I'm a leftist variety streamer. We have a great community. Give us a follow if you'd like. Thanks for doing the shout out for Riverboat Jack. Jack's great. Go follow Jack if you have not already.
Because we get smoke.
Hope your stream went well.
Every summer there is wildfire smoke that blocks our sight, blocks out the sun, and even here in downtown, it's so smoky that you can't even see buildings like...
Isn't Gotham supposed to be New Jersey? It depends on the version. Different movies have different interpretations. The Nolan movies, it was more like Chicago. The original intent was for it to kind of be like New York, like in the 30s. But it's been... Bloodhaven is New Jersey now. I'm not really sure what the current ethos is within DC.
A few miles away. It gets that bad over here. So
okay, this guy's not that interesting. What about the alien thing?
Erica recalling.
Oh, yeah.
And welcome to the Erica documentary. My name is Bamboo, also known as Tim, and I'm here with my beautiful wife, Erica Mukisa Kimani, aka
Mama Maisha,
aka Mama Zion. And we bless the Lord for another opportunity to continue with the Erica documentary. And this is just Erica recalling the things that she went through before her deliverance. We thank God that God delivered her, and so that is a mighty demonstration of the absolute superiority of God over the powers of darkness. This is in no way intended to glorify darkness or to promote it, but rather to expose it, because the Bible tells us to have no part in the unfruitful works of unrighteousness, but rather expose them. And so in obedience to the word of God, that is exactly what we are.
I'm getting bad vibes from the painting back there. It's giving me Dorian Gray energy.
doing. Welcome, my beautiful wife.
You're supposed to keep that in the attic.
Thanks.
Mommy Zion.
Yeah, everyone, each and every one of us has a past,
yes,
a story before Christ. And now we also have our stories after Christ, after we've accepted Jesus into our lives. So
this isn't just a Christian thing, by the way. She's going to talk about meeting aliens, to be clear.
I'm just sharing my story before Christ. And my story happens to be so deadly because I was lost. Yeah. But now I'm found. I was in darkness, but I thank God for salvation. I was blind, but now I see. Yeah, so we promised to talk about the alien invasion.
Yes.
And now, what are aliens? Aliens are demons. They are either embodied or disembodied demons. And
if they're disembodied, how are they aliens? They don't even have a physical form. Wouldn't that be closer to like a ghost or something? I'd probably say disembodied demons are ghosts, and that's where ghosts come from, and I would say embodied are demons. Then again, they might not be thinking about the consistency of their bullshit, but whatever.
We've been seeing Hollywood showing us of a spaceship and these green beings, gray beings, pale beings coming out of the spaceship is just...
I feel like grays don't even get used that much in media anymore. They used to, but nowadays they tend to go for more like creative designs. You know what I mean? Like, this is considered generic. If you want a generic alien, you'd do this. Typically, they do crazier things. Or you do the Star Trek thing where you just, like, glue a forehead or a nose on someone. It's basically those two extremes. Very human or very alien. You don't really see this as much anymore outside of conspiracy circles.
Fool you, because...
Oh no, is this the cult? Kenya starvation cult, death toll exceeds 300 after 19 more bodies found. Oh no. The death toll in an investigation linked to a Kenyan cult that practiced starvation to meet Jesus Christ has surpassed 300 after 19 new bodies were found on Tuesday, a senior official said. Police believe most of the bodies found in a forest near the Indian Ocean town of Malindi belong to followers of Paul... I'm going to butcher this, I apologize. Paul Nthenge Mackenzie, a taxi driver turned preacher who's been in police custody since April 14th. He's due to face charges of terrorism in the case which has rocked the East African nation. The death toll has now risen to 303 after the 19 bodies were exhumed, Coast Regional Commissioner Rhoda Onyencha said. The 50-year-old founder of the Good News International Church turned himself in on April 14th after police acting on a tip-off first entered Shakahola Forest. Sorry for all the proper nouns. While starvation appears to be the main cause of death, some of the victims, including children, were strangled, beaten, or suffocated. What the fuck? This isn't the same guy, is it? Like, is this a non sequitur, or are you saying that this is the same people? What's the name of the guy? Right? I'm gonna hope that's not the same people.
Because what the enemy does,
Just another cult? Okay. I'll save that for Cult Watch, actually. We haven't done a Cult Watch in a while. I'm trying to get more material for him.
Plays with our subconscious mind. When he does that, he programs us unknowingly. What they are trying to do is to create a conducive environment for demons to coexist with human beings. So they'll keep showing it to you in movies and you keep laughing about it.
Movies are movies, they're not real life.
Thinking that it is just entertainment, not knowing.
Wait, Prometheus was supposed to be entertainment?
That actually these beings exist. And when they talk about the alien invasion,
yeah, you could add a cult watch submission channel. That's a good idea.
They lie to you that they are not with us, that they are planning to come, yet they are right here with us. They are in Africa, they are in Asia, and they are in Europe.
Not the Americas, though. We are safe. Or Australia.
Personally speaking from an...
Or South. Well, I said the Americas, so that's both. We're good.
Experience where I had an encounter.
Greenland?
With one of them. His name was Cleo.
All right. Sure. Why not?
And Cleo was very good with computer. He was very good with chemistry, physics, and they oppose gravity. They do things that are like...
What does it mean to oppose gravity?
Let's say he can ascend, yet gravity says with a body you cannot just ascend.
He can fly.
He can fly, yes.
Without an airplane?
Yes, he can lift things without touching them. He can write on computer without typing. They do things. They have...
I can do that too with... voice to text.
Supernatural power. So this being called Cleo was working with some big telecom companies.
Wait a minute. Where did you meet him and how
yes,
what were the circumstances?
That's where I'm going. Yeah. So I met him after my baptism, my Satanic baptism, through my grandmother.
Your Satanic baptism, that's a real thing that definitely happened and isn't just part of the grift of getting people into your ministry to give you money.
Who was a high-level sorcerer. And my grandmother took me to a ceremony where they were congratulating all the people that have entered into the occult.
That was the Satanic baptism that we spoke about
in the documentary
in the previous. Yes.
So
okay, I don't feel bad anymore. I think she's intentionally grifting and not just crazy. Tea with Goblin says, Hannah, we already have demons here. They call themselves the Wiggles, and they hunger for children's souls. Every few years, they shed their skin and take on a new human form. We dear and love our terrible wriggly overlords and their dead-eyed dinosaur thrall. But have you considered fruit salad? Yummy, yummy.
Now, Cleo, how I met Cleo, all the people that had been baptized in the occult did not meet Cleo. But I met Cleo because my grandmother wanted me to work with some companies and make money from when I was young. And you know, the system has designed to cripple children, to make them think that money is for the adults. So you grow and make 16 or 18, and then you'll be able to go to the field and work. When their children actually work from childhood, the children, the kingdom of darkness, work from when they start understanding, even from before. They start creating content, they start building their skills, they start developing their minds to go for the money. So now, my grandmother introduced me to the working class. She introduced me to CEOs of different companies, to owners of hotels, owners of telecom companies, owners of that manufacture Vaseline and all those things. And she wanted me.
Your first thought when you thought of companies was the company that makes Vaseline?
To work, one, as a brand ambassador of some companies, and two, she also wanted me to promote, to work in the marketing department, and then also she wanted me to sign some contracts. And those contracts I signed with my auntie and my grandmother without my parents knowing.
Okay.
Yeah, because my parents, there's no way my parents would allow me to work and another person gains. So majority
accidentally based.
Oh, the biggest.
anti-capitalist parents.
Percentage of what I was working for was going to my relatives. In me, I was getting just what was enough to sustain me. Yeah. So now...
So instead, she decided to be a part of a grift where she pretends she talks to aliens in order to steal people's money. Which is better, I guess? I don't think so, but... Oh god, what was this? I forgot. But the title made me scared.
Poet William Blake.
The title of this video is a message for white women. This is probably going to be bad. Just a heads up.
Like, addressed this head on, and he treated it as the sin of generation. And he tells the stories. He retells these ancient biblical narratives as if having children is actually getting in the way of spiritual enlightenment to some extent. Like,
not
you're denying
having children is spiritual suicide.
Can you elaborate?
They have no longer stake in the future of life.
I guess
it's only narrative now. You have ideas about how you contribute to the future, but you're actually no longer part of it.
Literally just be breeders. Yep, that's about what I figured. Okie dokie. Wait, what was this one?
Children go missing in the world. Children go missing in the world. I can attest that 1/3 of them are abducted by government
ex-military. Trust me, bro. It says it on the TikTok caption.
Operatives and transported to any one of the 1,477 underground military installations on the planet, then imprisoned for the remainder of their lives. The children are subjected to biological and genetic experiments, dissections, and mutilations performed not by human scientists, but an alien gray species. During my stay at the Vanguard Underground Base north of Phoenix, Arizona, I witnessed many of these procedures. Because there was no form of anesthesia administered to the young patients, the halls reverberated with the screams of tortured children from morning to night.
That kind of seems, like a bad idea. I understand that he's just trying to make it sound horrifying, because that's the point. It's intended to scare you and be emotionally, it's supposed to affect you emotionally, not intellectually. That's how conspiracy theorists tend to work. So you're like, oh my god, imagine all these screaming children. But in reality, if you were working on anyone, and you were trying to do experiments with them, you would want them knocked out if they were alive, because someone who's screaming is really annoying to work on. Not only annoying, but like difficult, because they're going to be like freaking out and like fight or flight trying to get away from you. So that's not really practical. I'm just saying.
Were incinerated in the installation's crematoriums. My point of contact at this base was Lieutenant Colonel Charles T. Leninger, and he was a human-alien hybrid. And get ready for this. In 1994...
Tea with Goblin says, watching parts of the Turning Point USA Women's Conference yesterday, most of the speakers can be summarized by the following. Trans people weird and scary. You are real women's because babies and family and home. Now go and breed. If Atwood had written it into The Handmaid's Tale, it would have seemed a little on the nose. I saw some of Charlie Kirk's thing about that. Fucking pathetic.
The World Population Summit in Cairo, Egypt, had 160 nations participate, where they all agreed that the human population was out of control and must be stopped, because the world is running out of resources. An agreement was formed that would mandate the reduction of humans from 6 billion to 800 million by the year 2030. This meant
I think they literally get this number from those stones that got blown up last year.
A method or methods to wipe out nearly 95% of the population. Solutions were discovered, investigated, tested, then created, and have been in full force since. The procedures have been inflicted onto the human
the Georgia
race
Guidestones,
are
thank you.
as follows. 1. Toxic levels of chemically enhanced fluoride have been secretly added to our drinking water.
Fluoride has been in drinking water in developed nations for a very long time. It's fine. It's safe in the levels that get put into drinking water. A lot of places don't even necessarily do it anymore or are winding down the programs because most toothpastes these days have fluoride in them. Most toothpaste is fluoridated. Your Colgates and whatnot. So it's sometimes seen as sort of redundant, considering the vast majority of people brush their teeth.
Over the last 20 years in every city and community on the planet. I personally oversaw the delivery of fluoride barrels to Denver, Chicago, Tampa, and Minneapolis water departments. The adverse effects of fluoride poisoning to the human body are numerous and debilitating.
If you, like, OD'd on it, there isn't nearly enough in drinking water to affect you in any way. Except for strengthening the enamel on your teeth, potentially.
The effects to children is damage to their neurological development, among other serious ailments.
See you, Moppy Muttons. Hope your finals go well.
Man-made viruses and diseases. The AIDS virus, which was a designer byproduct of the American Disease Institute.
No, it's not.
Was distributed through vaccines to the public in 1980.
No, it was not.
Instituted as a preliminary population control tactic, the results were successful and led to more lab-produced viruses that have since been unleashed onto the public. Among those is the development of a mutated version of the common flu to replicate the 1918 influenza.
Are they going to try and say that COVID is the flu?
Influenza pandemic that killed 40 million people.
Oh, I'm glad it went well, Harold.
The first strain of this new flu virus will be released to the public in late 2017. So if we see a flu outbreak in the late 2017 or early 2018 that's killing people, we'll know this is true. All right. 3. Killing us from the air with neurotoxins, barium chloride.
I don't remember that being a thing, so I guess he's wrong.
Cancer microbes and viruses
Hydrate.
by way of chemtrails. Released into the skies daily over all...
These are called contrails. It's not like noxious chemicals or anything. It is chemicals, because everything is chemicals. all matter is chemical. But, like, this is condensation. It's water vapor. It's the byproduct of basically airplane engines, jet engines, and condensation.
Inhabited regions by military aircrafts. The effects of these toxins are severe and over time lethal, causing respiratory ailments, cancer, damage to the immune systems, and sterilization in men. Since the chemtrail-based plan was implemented, sperm count in men has dropped nearly 50%. If this isn't reversed soon, the human race will face early extinction.
Okay.
Now the grand finale.
Honestly, would it be the worst thing in the world if it was a little harder to have kids, if it required a little more concerted effort? Kinda seems like there are enough unwanted pregnancies where it's like, might not be the worst thing.
This is some scary shit. In March 1997, an event known as the Phoenix Lights became the most infamous UFO sighting.
Okay. Enough of him.
HAARP stands for High Frequency Active Auroral Research Project and is described as a research instrument for studying the ionosphere. An ionospheric heater, or ionospheric radiation instrument, IRI, of which many exist, but HAARP is special. The ability to focus energy and the unprecedented amount in gigawatts, billions of watts, make it literally millions of times more effective at heating the region about 150 miles above the Earth's surface. The atmosphere has most of its density below 30 miles altitude. The ionosphere is the very thin layer above that absorbs dangerous ultraviolet radiation and makes life possible on Earth. There is very little mixing normally between the two layers, but disturbances in the ionosphere translate to changes in weather, such as normally occurring sunspots and the solar wind. It
might be an AI voice. I've seen more and more AI stuff recently looking at the conspiracy videos. For instance, a lot of you saw this, but if you're from the raid or something, these have been popping up.
This is Gabby Ray Talker and the news of a
completely AI people. I don't even think this is a real person. I think this is like AI, and the voice is definitely AI. And it's fake news reports that like only would fool like senile people with like dementia, but like it seems like they're testing the waters to put out more crazy conspiracy theories in this format as the technology gets easier to trick people. It's pretty crazy.
Triggered human biting another human.
We are finding that these reports consist of head-biting and face-biting attacks. But we found that the attacks also involve flesh-biting attacks on the body as well. We found another attack that took place in Leeds, UK, where a 32-year-old man has recently been sentenced to prison for a flesh-biting crime. Our associate journalist has reported this unspeakable act of cruelty.
This is Wilder reporting from West Yorkshire, England. In recent news from the city of Leeds,
So you get it. They're trying to convince people. This ties into some of the vaccine conspiracy theories. Some of the hardcore ones have been implying that vaccinated people are turning into literal zombies. Sorry, sirens. So yeah, it's all sorts of fucked up. What are we going to do? Is there anything we want to watch before we call it a night? We've been going for over 4 hours. God damn, these ADHD meds help me work. We already did the most recent sausage guy stuff. What's going on with Right Wing Watch? It won't be a cleanse, but it might be interesting.
The blood of Jesus.
This is, I believe, in one of the rotundas of the Capitol.
It speaks a better word. Speaks a better word than the sin and the perversion and the darkness, than the confusion, than the heaviness. The blood of Jesus that speaks a better word. We declare your blood over
I've been in this rotunda. In middle school, we went to Washington, D.C.
America. We declare the blood of Jesus over this nation, the blood of Jesus over D.C., the blood of Jesus over the United States Capitol. We thank you, Jesus, for your blood that covers, sets us free.
No, this isn't January 6th. This was recently.
Together today, God, we declare your blood, the power of your blood.
He's taking sacrament in the rotunda.
In Jesus' name, let's take together.
He was probably just in there for a normal tour thing. Jesus Christ. Based Harrison Ford cleanse.
Life resonance. Indiana Jones has taken on this elevated symbolic significance in recent years because we've actually seen, bizarrely, proliferation of actual real-life Nazis parading around, and some of them are getting punched. So what I want to know is, would the ultimate Nazi puncher, Indiana Jones, would he support these people?
Steve Rogers won't take this slander. He punched Hitler in his first appearance.
He'd push him out of the way to get in the first punch. as well he should. That was a black and white world, and this evil presented itself to the world. It's incalculable that this vision of evil not be confronted.
In terms of real life.
Did they retcon the Steve Rogers as a Nazi thing? Yes, it turned out that it was Red Skull using a child entity thing that had reality warping abilities, forced the kid to, or tricked the kid into altering history to make Steve Rogers a Nazi, but it got fixed. It got fixed. Anyway, oh, and then normal Captain America beat the shit out of Nazi Captain America. So, that's fun. Yeah, it wasn't a retcon. That's the incorrect usage of retcon. It's like it was a story that involved reality warping and then it warped back. Okay, who are we gonna raid? If any of the raiders from the Jack streamer left, feel free to give me a follow. We do fun stuff most days here. If not, it was good to have you here nonetheless. Thanks for hanging out for a while. think we've rated Cassifel in a while. All right. Have a good night, everyone. Love you too, Mr. Blast. I'll see you guys later. And stay cool. I need food. And probably to use the bathroom. See you guys later. Have a good night.